Chapter 525. Today's Yen City was clearly even more lively than before. The noise of people was like the sound of gongs and drums. There was a sea of people in the sky and on the ground. The crowded human tide on the ground of the city was just like a group of ants. An increasing number of Bandi experts gathered in the sky above Yen City. They appeared like a dense dark cloud that covered the sky above Yen City, blocking over half of the sunlight that was originally shining in the sky. Xiao Yen and Murong Xianxia did not stop after leaving their residence. The two of them stepped through the air. Their bodies moved and flew towards the auction house in the middle of the city. With the incident that had occurred in the Thousand Medicinal House 2 days ago, there were quite a number of people in Yen City who were familiar with Xiao Yan's face. Hence, Xiao Yen and Murong Xianxia had only walked for less than 1,000 feet when quite a number of people in the sky and on the ground discovered their existence. Immediately, quite a number of people threw respectful gazes towards Xiao Yen. Some of the nearby Bandi experts hurriedly bowed and cupped their hands to Xiao Yen with a humble smile. Xiao Yen also smiled and returned the greeting. At the same time, he involuntarily clicked his tongue in his heart. From what he had seen today, it was easy to see the difference in ability. When he was only a rank 2 alchemist, even though he would receive all sorts of astonished gazes when he was seen by others, it was merely this and nothing more. The number of people behind him that wanted to kill him was even more innumerable. So long as a quasi-emperor expert saw him, all of them would reveal a greedy expression that was like a wolf or a tiger. However, at this moment, when he was a rank 3 alchemist, not only would Bandi experts be respectful to him, but even a genuine elite Do Di, a frightening person with great strength, would be extremely courteous to him. It must be said that the gap between them paled in comparison. Xiao Yen involuntarily sighed in his heart. Although the current Xiao Yen appeared to be extremely glorious on the surface, only he knew that he was merely relying on Gu Yu's strength. In a short moment, Xiao Yen and Murong Xianxia, who was following closely behind, had already arrived in front of a huge ring-shaped ancient building. The entire ancient building was like a huge ring lying on the ground. Inside the ancient building, there was a huge open-air stone platform. At the edge of the stone platform, there were layers of platforms that spread out like stairs. Further up the platform, there were cubicles that were supported by stone pillars. Looking down from above, the first thing that came into view were those cubicles. This auction house was actually an open-air auction house. One had to know that in order to ensure that no one would snatch the auction items and escape, the auction house would usually be built in a heavily guarded room. In this way, under the premise of ensuring that no one would cause trouble, it would also serve as a deterrent to those who came to participate in the auction. However, it was the first time that Xiao Yen had seen an auction house like the one that had appeared in front of him since he had started training. Tisk. Xiao Yen gently shook his head. His mouth involuntarily clicked its tongue and sighed. Even if there was an elite Do Di present, this auction house was really a little too bold and wild. If there was really an expert who dared to cause trouble in the auction house, even an elite Do Di present might not be able to protect the auction items. Of course, this matter had nothing to do with Xiao Yen. He was naturally too lazy to think too much about it. He sighed in his heart and led Murong Xianxia. Their bodies moved and they flew down to the auction house below. Although the flow of people in Yen City today was many times more than usual, there was quite a large area around the auction house. Xiao Yen and Murong Xianxia landed in this area. At a glance, one could see an enormous doorway in this area. This was the entrance to the auction house. At this moment, there were quite a number of people lined up around Xiao Yen and Murong Xianxia. They were orderly following the order to enter the auction house. All of these people were elite half-emperors. In this place, even the elite half-emperors, who were usually respected in front of others, could only line up like ordinary people to enter the auction house. It must be said that the foundation of this auction house could really be described as terrifying. Murong Xianxia involuntarily knit her brows when she saw that there was a long line of nearly 100 people in front of her. Her pretty eyes ruthlessly glared at Xiao Yen by the side as she angrily said, "It's all your fault. I told you to come earlier. Now that the line is so long, won't we have to wait until the sky turns dark before we can enter?" Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He involuntarily laughed bitterly in his heart. It seemed that he was the one who wanted to participate in the auction the most between the two of them. Why was it that Murong Xianxian was actually even more anxious than him when the auction was about to begin? Xiao Yan did not think too much about the young girl's thoughts. As for guessing, that was even more out of the question. Of course, Xiao Yan did not know that the young girl was not anxious to participate in the auction. Merely, the thing that Xiao Yan wanted to obtain was inside. In order to prevent Xiao Yan from regretfully missing out on it, she was so anxious. From the beginning to the end, the young girl had never thought about whether she wanted to participate in the auction or not. The only person she thought about was Xiao Yan before her. It was all because there was something that he wanted to find here. Perhaps that thing was not important to the young girl. However, the young girl understood in her heart that that thing was extremely important to Xiao Yan. This was the reason why Murong Xianxian was even more anxious than Xiao Yan to enter the auction house. All right. Don't worry. Didn't I say that someone will come to pick us up? Just wait and see. Xiao Yan softly chuckled in response to Murong Xianxian's words. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His hands crossed over his chest as he slowly lifted his pitch-black eyes and looked towards the tall and large ancient building in front of him. The depths of his eyes faintly flickered. Right above the entrance of the ancient building on the thick and sturdy stone wall, there was a flamboyant Tian word carved on it. After a few breaths, the smile at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth grew even wider. Soon after, he turned his head and smiled towards Murong Xianxian. It's here. As his voice sounded, the expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face involuntarily changed slightly. A curious expression surfaced on her face. She lifted her beautiful eyes and swept them all around. Suddenly, a somewhat hoarse and aged voice rang out from the empty space. Grandmaster, the old me is Fong Qian. I am the manager of the Tianyun auction house. I have received a request from a few sirs and have come to invite Grandmaster to enter. At the same time this aged voice was emitted, the empty space in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a white-haired old man with an amiable face appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian. The old man appeared and immediately cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yan. His face was filled with a smile as he spoke to Xiao Yan. Elder is too courteous. This younger generation does not dare to call themselves Grandmaster. Hearing the old man's words, Xiao Yan did not dare to slight him. From the way this old man had suddenly appeared, he was without a doubt an elite Dodi. In the face of such a person, Xiao Yan still adopted the most respectful attitude. After all, if he were to be honest, he was ultimately only a rank 2 alchemist. Making things convenient for others was also making things convenient for oneself. Perhaps, this would be of some help to Xiao Yan if they were to be respectful to each other. The Grandmaster is too humble. However, since this is the case, we should invite Grandmaster to enter the auction house first. Those few people have already prepared a private room for Grandmaster. Fong Qian's old eyes carried some admiration as he looked at Xiao Yan in front of him. Fong Qian involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. The black-robed young man in front of him was not only young and promising, but his character was also neither arrogant nor impatient. This kind of thing was something that the old man had never seen from other members of the younger generation. Just from this point alone, the old man's favorable impression of Xiao Yan swiftly rose by quite a lot. All right, I have indeed come for the auction. However, I will have to trouble Elder to help me decline the private room that those few people have reserved for me. This younger generation has never liked to receive favors from others. This younger generation can handle such a small matter by myself. Xiao Yan laughed softly. His tone was extremely firm as he refuted the so-called private room. Hearing this, a glint involuntarily flashed across Fong Qian's old eyes. This kind of meticulous character in addition to this frightening training talent meant that this person would definitely be extraordinary in the future. The old man and the young man exchanged a few polite words in succession. Murong Xianxian, who was behind Xiao Yan, had a somewhat wooden expression on her pretty face as she was stunned on the spot. She did not expect that there would actually be someone who would come to receive Xiao Yan. Oh, all right, don't just stand there. Let's go. Aren't you anxious to enter? I will bring you in now. Chapter 526. Under Fang Qian's guidance, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian slowly walked past the crowd of half-step emperors who were painstakingly queuing up in front of the crowd of envious gazes outside the auction house, and leisurely arrived in front of the door. Manager Fang. When Fang Qian approached the stone door, two black-armored soldiers standing guard respectfully bowed and shouted to Fang Qian, "Sir, please come in." From their respectful tone, it was clear that Fang Qian held a rather high position in their hearts. This scene caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily praise quietly in his heart. If Fang Qian had relied on his strength to cause these people to feel fear, his voice should have sounded extremely weak. It was as though a rock had been forcefully knocked on. However, the scene that appeared in front of Xiao Yan at this moment was completely different from that. These two soldiers had clearly expressed their admiration for Fang Qian from the bottom of their hearts. This also meant that Fang Qian had won them over with his virtue, causing these soldiers to truly respect him from the bottom of their hearts. In this chaotic continent, it was extremely rare to see a person who could win over others with his heart. Yes. When he heard the two soldiers' respectful words, Fang Qian smiled amiably as he nodded towards the two of them. Soon after, he once again took a step forward, intending to bring Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian into the auction house. However, at this moment, Manager Fang. This time, it was different from before. This voice was extremely domineering, and one could clearly hear that the owner of this voice seemed to be feeling a sense of injustice in his heart. A puzzled expression involuntarily appeared on Fang Qian's wrinkled old face. He slowly turned around, his muddy old eyes looking towards the source of the voice. Manager Fang, a large group of us have been rushing towards Yen City since 10 days ago, all for the sake of participating in the auction. Today, the 5 of us finally managed to reach Yen City before daybreak with much difficulty. We have bitterly waited for several hours, yet this brat has only just arrived. What right does he have to enter the auction house before us? Fang Qian's aged face involuntarily revealed a look of astonishment when he saw the person who spoke. The person who spoke was the first person in the line, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble. His aura was incomparably strong. Even when compared to Su Songming, who had been sent flying by Xiao Yan 2 days ago, his aura was no weaker. Evidently, he was also an 8-star half-martial emperor. Furthermore, even when placed among 8-star half-martial emperors, his strength was most definitely top-notch. From his words, it seemed like he had just arrived in Yen City today. It was no wonder that he did not know about it. At the same time, the burly man also turned his gaze to Xiao Yan. He was naturally able to tell that the black-gowned youth before him was a 6-star half-martial emperor. To be able to reach the level of a 6-star half-martial emperor at such a young age, this was indeed enough for others to call him a demon-level character. However, this was not enough to give him the priority to do anything. Hence, at this moment, this large middle-aged man's gaze also revealed enmity when he looked at Xiao Yan. Slightly startled in his heart, Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile in his heart. He did not expect that he would be hated by someone over such a small matter. This burly man was clearly the first in line. Why did he have to do this? Mister, this old one is also able to understand that you have all waited here for a long time. Your goal is only to be able to enter the auction house as soon as possible. This old one is also able to understand what you have said. However, there are always exceptions to everything. Some people will always have some special privileges. The reason why this mister was able to enter the auction house before you all is because he has his own reasons. Therefore, this old one also hopes that this mister will be able to understand. If you wish to know the reason, please ask the people behind you. I believe that the majority of the people in Yen City know the reason behind this. After Fang Qian's words left his mouth, the crowd behind began to whisper to each other. At the same time, a gloating expression appeared in their eyes when they looked at the middle-aged man. I don't care. We have bitterly waited for such a long time. In the end, this brat entered the moment we met. No matter what, he must give us an explanation. With a fierce expression on his face, the middle-aged man stubbornly roared out in an unresigned manner. When the middle-aged man's words left his mouth, Fang Qian's expression involuntarily darkened. He had always believed that he was easy to talk to. However, this middle-aged man before him was being unreasonable, causing him to feel that he was purposely looking for trouble. It's fine. I would like to know, Mr. What kind of explanation do you want from me? Just as Fang Qian was about to speak, Xiaoyan slowly took a step forward. With a smile on his face, he looked towards the middle-aged man. The expression on his face gave off an incomparably warm feeling, as if he was a person without any temper. Seeing this, Fang Qian could not help but frown slightly. He did not think that Xiaoyan was such a person. Although Xiaoyan looked amiable and approachable, he was definitely not a person who could be trampled on by others. The burly man's face was filled with displeasure as he sized up the skinny black-robed youth in front of him. The expression in his eyes changed, and he immediately snorted coldly. A hint of viciousness appeared on his fierce-looking face as he sternly said, I won't compete with you in terms of qi. I don't want to be cursed for bullying the weak. How about this, as long as you can block a punch from me, I will treat this as if it never happened. Otherwise, you will let the 5 of us brothers enter first. As he said this, the burly man raised his thumb and fiercely pointed at the 4 people behind him. Immediately, the 4 people behind him took half a step forward, revealing their rough faces. Mr. Hey! Hearing the burly man's words, Fang Qian and Murong Qianqian couldn't help but exclaim at Xiaoyan at the same time. Especially Fang Qian, he couldn't help but want to step forward. He believed that as long as he stepped forward, no matter how unwilling these people were, they wouldn't say anything else. However, just as Fang Qian was about to take a step forward, the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth was lifted into a faint smile. He gently lifted his hand and stopped the actions of the 2 people behind him. At the same time, his mouth contained a smile as he spoke to the large man. Sure. These simple words caused the expressions on everyone's faces to be involuntarily stunned. Everyone's gazes swept between Xiaoyan and the burly man. When the 2 of them stood together, it was like a skinny monkey and a huge bear. The gap between them was self-evident. However, just like that, Xiaoyan actually agreed to it. It had to be known that just based on physique, this burly man was more than twice the size of Xiaoyan. If the 2 of them were to meet, the scene was simply unimaginable to everyone present. Regarding this, the corners of Xiaoyan's mouth slowly curled into an inexplicable smile. He tilted his head slightly and looked at the burly man. He raised his hand and hooked his finger at the burly man. Come. Chapter 527. As the words from Xiaoyan's mouth fell, the surrounding crowd who had come to watch immediately began to whisper. In their hearts, they could not help but sigh at Xiaoyan's arrogance and boldness. Even if he was a rank 3 alchemist, this character was too arrogant. Without the help of spiritual soul strength and do-qi, he actually wanted to clash head-on with a strong man whose physique far exceeded his own. This was no different from sending himself to his death. Compared to the size of regret on everyone's faces, Fang Qian and Murong Qianqian appeared to be much calmer at this moment. There was no need to say anything more about Murong Qianqian. With her understanding of Xiaoyan, the latter was definitely not a person who acted on impulse. As long as he made a move, he would definitely have confidence. Since Xiaoyan dared to face this large man alone at this moment, perhaps he had that ability. As for Fang Qian, although he also had some worried emotions in his heart, he also believed that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiaoyan would not do such an action for no reason. When the large man saw Xiaoyan make such a provocative gesture, the expression in his pair of fierce eyes immediately became ruthless. A wave of anger also involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. The large man let out a cold snort. His eyebrows were vertical as his furious eyes shot toward Xiaoyan. A pair of enormous hands slowly clenched together. A frightening strength caused the surrounding empty space to involuntarily emit waves of trembling sounds. Brat, you have guts. Let me finish you off with a punch. I'll let you know which is more important between talent and strength. As his voice fell, the large man's fists violently collided with each other in front of his chest. A muffled thud caused the surrounding space to tremble intensely. At the same time, an ear-piercing buzzing sound also reverberated in the ears of everyone present at this moment, causing them to be unable to endure it. Seeing this, Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed. He actually slowly placed his left hand behind his back and raised his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, his palm faced the large man and said in a serious voice, "Please." As the word, "please," sounded, a ferocious expression immediately surfaced on the large man's fierce face. Xiao Yan's repeated disdain had really caused him to feel incomparably furious in his heart. His strong body suddenly shook. He withdrew his right fist to the back of his waist. Immediately, his feet abruptly stepped on the floor tiles under his feet. A frightening huge force erupted from his feet and immediately shattered the ground under his body into a pile of powder. At the same time, it also left a footprint that was a few inches deep at the place where the large man's feet landed. Quickly following this, the large man's body was like a cannonball that had been shot out of the barrel. With a lightning-like speed, he arrived in front of Xiao Yan in the blink of an eye. His body leaned to the side and a fist was immediately thrown out, directly smashing toward Xiao Yan's face. "Brat, remember this is the consequence of your carelessness." The heavy voice was like a low and deep beast roar as it spread. At the same time, Feng Qian, who was behind Xiao Yan, could not resist maneuvering the dou qi in his body. With Xiao Yan's status as a rank 3 alchemist, the treatment he received when entering the auction house was at the level of a VIP. Even an elite dou di could not compare with it. If such a person were to be injured in front of his auction house today, his Tianyun auction house would no longer have the chance to befriend him. The expression on Feng Qian's old face involuntarily changed when he thought of this. A resentment rose in his heart toward the large man. If this large man really dared to hurt Xiao Yan today, he would definitely not be stingy and attack to kill all 5 of them. This was the attraction of a rank 3 alchemist. However, in the next moment, the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was slowly lifted and he revealed a soft smile just as the expression on Feng Qian's old face became increasingly cold as everyone present looked at Xiao Yan with regretful faces. Immediately, his extended hand tilted slightly. At an extremely strange angle, it coincidentally blocked the large man's enormous fist. The large man's eyes involuntarily shrank when he saw this scene. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually be able to block his attack even at this stage. However, all of this was too late. The large man's enormous fist had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan's face. It was only a short distance of 1 foot. Even if Xiao Yan used his hand to protect himself, how could he possibly block it? Ha! The large man laughed coldly in his heart. The expression on his face became even more ferocious at this moment. At the same time, the enormous fist that was thrown toward Xiao Yan also became increasingly frightening. Bang! However, in the next moment, when the large man's enormous fist violently smashed down, it was as if it had smashed onto a city wall. The enormous fist that contained extreme power was easily blocked by a fair palm that looked like a woman's. Such a comical and dramatic scene caused the expressions on everyone's faces to immediately freeze. At this moment, everyone present was like a statue. Their bodies were frozen on the spot and their faces were filled with disbelief and shock. The scene before their eyes was truly unimaginable to them. It was to the extent that they could not believe it. The large man's punch that contained such power was actually so easily blocked by Xiao Yan. Moreover, when he blocked the large man's punch, his hand did not even tremble at all. This also meant that the large man's punch did not even have the possibility of shaking Xiao Yan. How is this possible? The large man stared at his fist that had been blocked by Xiao Yan. His heart was filled with shock and fear. He really could not imagine how this black-robed young man in front of him, who clearly had a body that was as thin as straw, could possess such a frightening physical strength. He was certain that Xiao Yan had not used even the slightest bit of dou qi in the collision just now. He had only relied on his own physical strength. "Cuckoo, from the looks of it you have lost." A harmless and warm smile was revealed on Xiao Yan's handsome face. Immediately, his palm shook slightly. Immediately, a frightening strength that caused one to be shocked erupted from Xiao Yan's palm like a dragon emerging from the sea. In just one exchange, he had sent the large man flying with his palm. Being attacked by this distance, the expression on the large man's face instantly changed wildly. His sturdy body was like a bear as he involuntarily retreated. Every time his foot landed, it would cause the ground under his feet to collapse with a loud bang. It was only after the large man's footsteps had retreated by over 10 steps that he violently collided with the crowd behind him. The crowd fell and the large man's body finally came to a halt at this moment. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable shock as they looked at Xianxia. Chapter 528. Outside the auction hall, at this moment, the word disbelief was written all over the faces of the people present. Every single one of them had dumbstruck expressions with their mouths wide open. None of the people present had anticipated the scene before them. The guesses in their hearts were actually overturned by this black-gowned young man. Cough, cough. The large man let out a couple of intense coughs. It was a long while later before he climbed up from the ground with the help of the few people behind him. Immediately, a pair of large round eyes instantly focused on Xianxia. At this moment, the disdainful expression in the burly man's eyes had already disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by shock and reverence from the bottom of his heart. He had never imagined that this seemingly frail black-gowned young man before him would possess such frightening physical strength. It was no wonder that he would be treated in such a manner by Feng Qian. "Little brother, your strength is extraordinary. This lowly one admires you. As for what happened earlier, this lowly one will apologize to little brother. I hope that you will not take it to heart." After standing up, the burly man respectfully bowed to Xianxia with his hands clasped together. This was the respect one would have toward an expert. At the same time, it also displayed the reverence he had toward Xianxia. Even though the exchange of blows earlier was hasty and short, the burly man was still able to tell that the Xianxia before him possessed strength that greatly surpassed his own. Even though the latter's cultivation appeared to only be that of a 6-star half-martial emperor, it was still insufficient to fully describe the strength that he possessed. This was something that had been vividly displayed by the collision between the two of them earlier. Furthermore, judging from the power that had erupted from Xianxia's palm strike earlier, it was clear that Xianxia had held back when he unleashed his attack. Else, this burly man would not have been sent flying with only a single blow. Seeing the burly man displaying such a respectful attitude toward Xianxia, the four people behind the burly man all looked to one another. Then, without the slightest hesitation, they also bowed to Xianxia with their hands clasped together. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between these 5 people was extremely close. Else, it would not have been possible for the 4 people behind the burly man to react in unison because of the actions of the burly man alone. Seeing the 5 people before him displaying such a respectful attitude toward him, Xianxia involuntarily revealed an astonished expression. This was especially true for the 4 people behind the burly man. In this chaotic continent, to be able to have brothers who had shared weal and woe with him was truly something worthy of admiration. There is no need to be so courteous. This lowly one has merely been unable to exercise for a long time. That is why I wanted to give this friend here a try. If I am injured in any way, please forgive me. This attitude of the 5 of them also caused Xianxia to have a good impression of them in his heart. He waved his sleeves while he spoke, and an invisible, majestic spiritual strength swiftly swept out. Immediately, it gently lifted the 5 people who were bowing. This is soul force. This action of Xianxia caused the hearts of the 5 people to solidify slightly. The 5 of them lowered their heads and exchanged glances with one another. All of them saw surprise in the other party's eyes. The thing that caused them to be surprised was not that Xianxia had used spiritual strength. Instead, it was that this spiritual strength was so strong that even they could feel an invisible pressure from it. Don't tell me that you are an array master or an alchemist. The 5 of them straightened their bodies. The burly man, who was the leader, looked at Xianxia with eyes that were filled with astonishment. His tone was solemn as he asked. Xianxia's physical strength was already sufficient to cause them to have a good impression of him. However, if he was also a powerful alchemist or a formation master, he would really have to be described as defying the heavens. This mister is an alchemist. Moreover, he is a rank 3 alchemist. The reason why he does not need to queue is actually because he was invited by the few elite Dodi in the auction house. However, haha. At this moment, Fang Qian, who had recovered from his shock, slowly took a step forward. He looked at the burly man with a smile on his face. A smile surfaced in his turbid old eyes as he said. When Fang Qian's words came out, the 5 people's bodies suddenly turned violently on the spot. They quickly rose to their feet. This was especially so for the burly man who was the leader. His heart was filled with regret. He had actually stopped the person who was invited by the elite Dodi and had even fought with him. At this moment, it was likely that the few elite Dodi had already sensed all of this. Once they were dissatisfied with him, wouldn't he and the brothers behind him be in danger? The burly man felt a wave of sadness in his heart when he thought of how he had sent his brothers into danger because of a moment of rashness. It was as though death was already in front of them and their doomsday was not far away. Relax. They will not do anything to you. It is just a small exchange of pointers. It is nothing much. Moreover, I think that the current them will not only not be dissatisfied with you, but will instead feel extremely satisfied. Xiaoyan appeared to have guessed the burly man's thoughts as he smiled faintly. After he finished speaking, Xiaoyan once again turned around. His dark black eyes looked at the auction house in front of him. A light flashed deep within his eyes as though he had seen something. At the same time, within the few private rooms in the auction house, a few old men with strong auras could not help but frown slightly. This little fellow does not appear to be a good person. Physical strength, Do Qi, alchemist skills. He is actually able to train these 3 areas to such an extent at the same time. Just who is this little fellow? In a somewhat dim and quiet private room, an old man whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe revealed a pair of blade-like sharp eyes. A sharp glint flashed deep within his dark eyes. His old eyes narrowed as he softly muttered. At the same time, in another private room, a square-faced middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe narrowed his eyes. He appeared to be thinking about something in his heart. Black-robed young man, young lady in the prime of her youth. It seems that the people who injured my son are these 2. That man is Xiaoyan. As for that woman, it is not important. The middle-aged man softly muttered in his mouth. Immediately, he gently lifted his hand and randomly curled his finger. The next moment, the empty space beside the middle-aged man immediately became distorted. A black-robed person whose face could not be seen clearly bowed and half-knelt beside the middle-aged man. Clan leader? Yes, go and investigate. When did these 2 people arrive in Yen City and from which direction did they enter? Investigate carefully. At the end of his words, an uncontrollable killing intent suddenly surged into the middle-aged man's silver eyes. Soon after, the black-robed person beside the middle-aged man also respectfully cried out before disappearing from the private room. In the outside world, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his gaze and randomly swept it across Murong Xianxian, whose pretty face was still in a daze. He curled his lips and said, "Why are you in a daze? Aren't you in a hurry to enter? Let's go." After saying these words, the young lady recovered her senses. Xiaoyan's gaze once again turned towards Fang Qian. He smiled and said, "Manager Fang, please lead the way." Mister, please enter." Hearing this, Fang Qian did not stand on ceremony and made a "please" gesture towards Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan nodded and smiled. Under the respectful and envious gazes of the crowd behind them, the 3 of them slowly disappeared from the dimly lit auction house. Chapter 529. At this moment, Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian were seated in a brightly lit private room. Fang Qian had left the place because of official business. In the blink of an eye, only Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian were left in the large private room. The private room was very large. It was able to accommodate 20 to 30 people at the same time without feeling crowded. At this moment, only Xiaoyan and Murong Qianqian were left in the private room. In addition to the 2 of them being silent, the atmosphere immediately became dull. Her soft and delicate body was nestled in the chair that was covered with milky white fur. At this moment, Murong Qianqian looked like a rabbit that was returning to its nest. Her delicate and charming face revealed an expression that was bored to death. Her pair of clear and beautiful eyes were staring at the other side. On the pitch-black wall, there was a light screen that was currently projecting the current scene in the auction house onto it. Following the continuous influx of people, the originally empty stone steps in the auction house were swiftly filled with people. The noise in this ring-shaped auction house became even noisier, transforming into a buzzing sound that reverberated unceasingly, causing people to involuntarily feel uneasy when they heard it. Hey, is the medicinal ingredient that you mentioned very important to you? Until a certain moment, Xianxia, whose heart was filled with boredom, finally turned her pretty eyes toward Xiaoyan. Her pretty face revealed a doubtful expression as she opened her mouth to ask Xiaoyan. Hearing this, Xiaoyan's expression was slightly startled, after which he knit his eyebrows slightly. He immediately nodded slightly and said, "That's right. The blazing flame flower is related to my breakthrough to the Do-D class." Do-D class. After Xiaoyan's words sounded, the expression on Xianxia's pretty face involuntarily solidified. A strange expression flashed across the deep part of her pretty eyes. Immediately, the young lady once again knit her eyebrows. She lifted her pretty eyes and stared at Xiaoyan with a doubtful expression. She once again asked, "Are you lying to me? Don't think that I don't know just because I'm not an alchemist. The Emperor Calamity Pill that is needed to break through to the Do-D class does not have a medicinal ingredient like the blazing flame flower. This should be a medicinal ingredient used by another medicinal pill." His eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Xiaoyan did not comment on this. Seeing that Xiaoyan did not answer, the doubt in the young girl's heart grew even more. Just as she was about to continue asking, on the light screen opposite the two of them, the originally noisy crowd had unknowingly quieted down. At the same time, the originally flat stone platform in the middle of the auction hall suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately, a square crystal pillar slowly rose from the middle of the stone platform. At this moment, everyone's gazes gathered over. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement because they knew that the long-awaited auction was finally about to begin. Dang! The familiar sound of the bell rang in the auction house. Immediately, everyone's eyes focused on the source of the sound. At the same time, on the stone platform, beside the crystal pillar that had just been erected, the invisible void distorted for a while, and the figure of an old man slowly appeared in front of everyone present. Within the private room, Xiaoyan watched the old man who had appeared on the light screen. His dark black eyes involuntarily hardened. He did not expect that the old man who had appeared on the stone platform was actually Feng Qian. Cuckoo, no wonder they dare to conduct the auction in this kind of open-air environment. The auction item is personally guarded by a Do-D. As long as one is not a fugitive, it is likely that no one will cause trouble in this auction. Xiaoyan clicked his tongue and sighed in his heart. He smiled softly and shook his head. To be able to get a Do-D to host an auction, it must be said that this could really be called extravagant. At the very least, since Xiaoyan had started training until now, he had never seen such a large amount of money in his life. However, immediately after, just as everyone thought that the auction was about to begin, a buzzing sound suddenly appeared in the sky above the auction hall. Soon after, a layer of glittering golden energy barrier enveloped the entire auction house from the outside like an inverted bowl. This is a formation? Within the private room, Xianxia opened her watery large eyes. Through the light screen in front of her, she carefully observed the golden energy barrier. Her jade-like finger gently touched her exquisite chin. Her pretty face revealed a trace of doubt as she asked, "It is a formation. Moreover, it is a kind of formation that is definitely not of a low rank. With this thing around, it is likely that even a Do-D would have a great difficulty breaking it in a short period of time." Compared to the young lady, Xiaoyan wanted to see it more comprehensively. The moment he opened his mouth, he gave a rough description of the extraordinariness of this energy barrier. Hiss! Hearing this, the expression on Xianxia's pretty face instantly changed. To be able to block the formation of a Do-D, what rank did this formation have to be in order to do so? To the side, Xiaoyan, who was originally nestled in his chair, slowly straightened his body. His dark black eyes revealed a solemn expression. To be able to block a Do D, even if this formation's rank is high, it would definitely not be inferior to a rank 3 formation. Moreover, even if it was placed among rank 3 formations, it would definitely be considered top quality. However, from the looks of this formation, it might even be a rank 4 formation. Just as Xiao Yan's voice sounded, the expression on Murong Xianxian's pretty face involuntarily became one of astonishment. A rank 4 formation. That was a terrifying formation that was sufficient to cause a Do D to be afraid. Ka. Just as Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian were discussing the energy barrier, there was once again a change on the stone platform in the outside world. Amidst the ka sound of a mechanical wheel, the ground around the crystal pillar actually slowly split apart. Immediately, a staircase that extended deep into the ground appeared in front of the gazes of countless people in the auction house. As the staircase appeared, an old man wearing a long golden robe slowly walked out from it with a smile on his face. The moment the old man appeared, a majestic aura that was difficult to suppress immediately swept out from his body. Under this aura, the expressions of everyone in the auction house involuntarily changed. The crowd, who had already quietened down because of Fang Qian's appearance, did not even dare to breathe loudly at this moment. What a powerful aura! I think that this person should be the chairman of the Tianyun auction house, Dong Chuan. The appearance of the old man caused the hearts of everyone present to turn solemn. At the same time, some of the people present, who had come to Yen City for the first time, involuntarily let out an exclamation in their hearts. At the same time, the faces of the elite Do Di in the few private rooms also revealed some fear. Numerous pairs of dark eyes passed through the light curtain and stared at the old man who had appeared on the stone platform. Clearly, even they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless when facing this Dong Chuan. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was also in the private room, also had a face that was filled with a deep solemnness. Under the current Xiao Yan's frightening spiritual strength, which was comparable to that of a rank 3 alchemist, the cultivation of Dong Chuan, who had appeared on the stone platform, was naturally seen through by Xiao Yan at a glance. The frightening strength of this Dong Chuan was the strongest elite Do Di that Xiao Yan had seen since he had arrived in the western region after the leaders of the 4 large sections. The depth of his cultivation indicated that he had already reached the level of a 5-star Do Di. Chapter 530. No! When Xiao Yan's words sounded, the entire place instantly turned silent. At this moment, even Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below, and Su Songming, who was standing on the viewing gallery, could not help but tremble slightly. The expressions on the 2 old men's faces instantly froze. No matter what, the 2 of them did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such words that would shock the entire place. At the same time, they were not the only ones. Even the expressions on the faces of the other alchemists on the viewing gallery, as well as the group of half-emperors, were extremely interesting at this moment. The words that Xiao Yan had said at this moment could be said to be the weirdest joke that everyone present had ever heard. A rank 3 alchemist actually did not have as many medicinal pills as a rank 2 alchemist. If news of this spread, wouldn't everyone laugh their heads off? Haha. After being stunned for a moment, an earth-shattering laughter suddenly rang out from the viewing gallery. There was no need to think too much. At this moment, the only person who could laugh out loud was likely Su Songming. Humph. Looks like this old man is determined to obtain this blazing flower. Since no one is going to bid against this old man, Manager Fang, please make the final decision. Su Songming sneered as he lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky. He did not expect that the worries in his heart were actually groundless. Fang Qian acted as though he did not hear Su Songming's cold laughter. At this moment, his pair of turbid old eyes were firmly staring at Xiao Yan. His heart did not dare to believe that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan would easily lose to someone like Su Songming. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky, had his eyebrows tightly knitted together since the beginning. The expression on his face did not relax at all. It was as if he was helpless and anxious, but also as if he was thinking about something. However, in the end, Xiao Yan still did not give an answer. This caused Fang Qian, who was standing on the auction stage below, to involuntarily feel a little disappointed. Even the crowd in the viewing gallery could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at Xiao Yan. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Feng Qian could only look at Su Songming with a heart full of disappointment. Helplessly, the rules of the auction house were like this. No matter who the guest was, as long as he had the ability to win the auction item would belong to him. This rule was something that Feng Qian could not change even though he was an elite Dodi. The expression on his old face gradually turned gloomy. It was not until a long time later that Feng Qian once again raised his eyes to look at Su Songming. He paused for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Every word sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. His tone was stiff as he said, "Su Songming has offered 20 emperor-grade pills in exchange for the blazing flower. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" Su Songming had a victorious expression on his face. His thin lips curled into a cold smile that was as sharp as a blade. The resentment that he had accumulated because of Xiao Yan 2 days ago seemed to have disappeared at this moment. "As expected, there isn't any." The soft voice was almost inaudible. The atmosphere within the auction house had also become pressuring. It was as though there was a thick dark cloud covering everyone's heads. However, just as Feng Qian was about to speak again with a helpless face, Xiao Yan, who was high up in the sky, slowly raised his head. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a playful smile. A pair of dark black eyes looked at Feng Qian, who was on the auction stage below. At the same time, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His brows, which were filled with wrinkles, were lifted violently. His turbid old eyes were instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sword as it instantly looked at Xiao Yan. "Huh!" The expression on Feng Qian's old face was initially stunned when he saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, he seemed to have recalled something. The gloomy expression on his old face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a pleasantly surprised expression. "Good brat. You have really caused the old me to worry for nothing." While he laughed and scolded Xiao Yan in his heart, a pleasantly surprised smile appeared on Feng Qian's old face. At the same time, Su Songming and the others in the stands also simultaneously shot their gazes toward Xiao Yan because of the change in expression on Feng Qian's old face. When the crowd saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, their faces could not help but be slightly stunned. Immediately, they cast pitiful gazes toward Su Songming, who was in front of the stands. Looking at Xiao Yan's expression, it was obvious that they could not fully believe what he had said previously. Since that was the case, this time around, Su Songming was really going to fail miserably at such an easy task. "Humph, brat, stop trying to be mysterious. If you can't produce the medicinal pill, don't even think about competing with me for this blazing flower." When he saw the confident look on Xiao Yan's face, Su Songming was suddenly shocked. His body could not help but tremble as he stood on the spot. However, in the end, he could not help but shout at Xiao Yan. He did not believe that Xiao Yan before him could not produce an emperor-grade medicinal pill. What right did he have to compete with him? Unless, what Xiao Yan had said previously was a lie and he was simply deceiving the crowd. You are right. I really can't produce a medicinal pill." However, Xiao Yan's following words caused the crowd to be stunned once again. Since he did not have a medicinal pill, how could Xiao Yan compete with Su Songming? Haha. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, Su Songming could not help but laugh out loud once again. On the auction stage, Feng Qian narrowed his old eyes as he stared at Xiao Yan with his turbid eyes. His eyes flickered as if he had already guessed something. "May I ask Manager Feng Qian if this blazing flower can only be exchanged with medicinal pills?" Xiao Yan smiled and ignored Su Songming. Instead, he looked towards Feng Qian and smiled as he cupped his hands together and asked, Of course not. I have already said that as long as you can produce something of equivalent value, you can use it to auction off this blazing flower." The expression in Su Songming's eyes suddenly solidified when he heard the words from the mouths of the two. At the same time, everyone on the stage appeared to have heard something from Xiao Yan's words. All of their eyes immediately revealed a curious expression. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of them could really take out something of equal value to the Xinyan flower? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the smile on Xiao Yan's lips grew even wider. His gaze calmly swept across Su Songming below as the corners of his mouth curled, revealing a row of spotlessly white teeth. In Su Songming's eyes, this appearance was akin to a cold and sharp blade being waved at him. Above the empty space, Xiao Yan slowly extended one of his hands towards the empty space in front of him. Immediately, under the focused gazes of everyone present, a thought passed through his mind. In the next instant, an emerald green flowing light swiftly flashed in Xiao Yan's palm. Immediately, an emerald green fan leaf the size of a washbasin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this fan leaf, it was undoubtedly a 1,000 fan leaf. Chapter 5:31. Everyone in the auction ground had stunned faces as they looked at the feather on the auction stage below. A moment ago, this thing had erupted with a powerful aura that caused most of the people present to be moved. However, it had only been a short couple of breaths. This change was a little too quick. What is going on? Everyone's faces were stunned as they looked at Feng Qian on the auction stage below. Everyone's faces revealed a suspicious expression. Could it be that the so-called treasure, the man-class Do technique, was this appearance? At this moment, there were even quite a number of people in the auction ground who had originally planned to bid for it. They withdrew their gazes with bitter faces. At the same time, their eyes involuntarily revealed a suspicious expression as they looked at Feng Qian. If even the first auction item was fake, the people present would no longer be able to feel assured about the subsequent auction items. Dong Chuan, who was standing at the edge of the auction ground, also involuntarily frowned slightly in the face of the unexpected change in the auction ground. His heart felt a little troubled. If this Feng Yu were to point out this matter, it was likely that there would not be any need for the auction today to continue. A single mistake was sufficient to cause their entire auction to be burned to the ground. At the same time, the few elite Do-di within the few private rooms also revealed various expressions. Some were smiles, some were surprised, and some were suspicious. In short, the unexpected change that had occurred in the auction ground at this moment caused everyone to feel uneasy. At this moment, Xiao Yan was naturally able to clearly see the situation in the outside world through the light curtain in front of him. This included Feng Qian, who was standing on the auction stage with a stunned and embarrassed face. Xiao Yan was also able to see everything. Seeing that the atmosphere in the auction ground had become somewhat pressurized because of him, Xiao Yan involuntarily felt a little apologetic in his heart. He knit his brows tightly and swiftly thought of a countermeasure in his heart. No matter how one put it, everything in front of him had become like this because of him. If he continued to remain silent, this matter would eventually become a knot in Xiao Yan's heart, regardless of whether other people knew about it or not. If he was unable to resolve this matter today, it was likely that it might even affect Xiao Yan's training in the future. I'm sorry. Just now, I was interested and used my spiritual strength to investigate the demon phoenix. However, I did not expect that thing to actually be unable to withstand my investigation, resulting in it becoming like this. If I have disturbed everyone, please do not take it to heart. At the very most, I am willing to give up this Do technique. Suddenly, a voice that was filled with embarrassment suddenly resounded over the entire auction ground and reverberated beside everyone's ears. Hearing this, everyone's faces immediately revealed a strange expression. They looked towards the direction of the voice, but could only see the empty sky above their heads. At the same time, the Do-di on the auction stage and the few Do-di in the private rooms instantly turned their gazes to the private room that Xiao Yan was in. Although other people were unable to see it, they knew that the voice had been transmitted from this place. Hearing these words, a doubtful expression involuntarily flashed across the faces of the few elite Do-di in the private room. They immediately laughed coldly and continued to be silent. As for Feng Qian, who was currently on the stone platform, there was a look of gratitude in his turbid old eyes. Other people might not know, but as the manager of the auction house, how could he not know that there were some special formations around the auction stage? These formations were able to block all spiritual perception below the rank 4 alchemist. Unfortunately, although Xiao Yan was a rank 3 alchemist, his spiritual strength was not sufficient to pass through the formation. It was even more impossible for him to not be detected by these elite Do Di. Hence, Fang Qian knew that these words of his were false the moment he heard them. However, even though his words were fake, it would be best if he could use it to help them out of their predicament in the current situation. No wonder. So it was Mr. Hu used his spiritual strength to investigate. Fang Qian cupped his hands toward the private room Xiao Yan was in. He clearly understood in his heart, but his face was filled with gratitude as he spoke with a smile. Ha! Once Fang Qian's words were spoken, everyone present immediately turned their gazes toward the private room Xiao Yan was in. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt. They were also extremely curious about the Mr. that Fang Qian had mentioned. Soon after, the gazes of everyone present landed on the private room Xiao Yan was in. The empty space outside the private room suddenly became distorted. Soon after, a young man wearing a black robe slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Wah! Once they saw Xiao Yan, everyone in the auction ground immediately went into an uproar. Only then did they react. At this moment, the only person in the auction ground who could cause Fang Qian to be so respectful was likely this rank 3 alchemist. However, when everyone recovered and recalled the words that Xiao Yan had said earlier, numerous wolf-like eyes instantly stared at the Do technique scroll on the crystal pillar in front of Fang Qian. It should be known that this Do technique was something that even a rank 3 alchemist would be interested in. Just from this point alone, it was enough to prove that this Do technique was not cheap. Now that Xiao Yan had taken the initiative to give it up, was this not helping the others present? Of course, if they were to know that those words earlier were intentionally said by Xiao Yan, it was unknown just what kind of interesting expression they would have on their faces. In the blink of an eye, he was stared at by so many people in such a manner. Even with Fang Qian's mental strength, his eyebrows could not help but twitch. After which, he once again used a grateful gaze to look at Xiao Yan's slowly disappearing figure in the sky. Thank you very much. At the edge of the auction stage, Dong Chuan also stared at Xiao Yan's disappearing figure and quietly thanked Xiao Yan in his heart. At the same time, the atmosphere in the auction ground, which had become silent because of the unforeseen event earlier, was instantly broken by Xiao Yan's words. At this very moment, everyone in the auction ground turned their gazes toward Fang Qian. Fang Qian had yet to state his starting bid, but the sounds of bidding had already risen and fell repeatedly. This scene also caused Fang Qian's old face to once again reveal a stunned expression. However, compared to before, the expression on Fang Qian's face at this moment was clearly much more relaxed. Within the private room, Xiao Yan watched the scene that was currently displayed in the auction ground. The emotions in his heart also gradually disappeared. It was as though the stone that was blocking his heart had been shattered with a bang at this moment. Even his breathing had unknowingly become much smoother. Cuckoo, everyone, the auction ground has its own order. Everyone seated, please do not be agitated. Next, our first auction item will officially be auctioned. Phoenix Featherfinger, a D-class Do technique. I think that everyone has seen its value just now. The starting price of the auction will be 1,300,000 spirit coins. Each bid must not be lower than 50,000 spirit coins. There will be a ceiling of 8 million spirit coins. If anyone were to bid this price first, this Phoenix Featherfinger will belong to that person regardless of who bids a higher price later on. Everyone, you must not miss this opportunity. These words, which were intentionally wrapped by Fang Qian's Do Qi, were like the sound of a bell that resounded beside the ears of everyone present. Additionally, his tone was ingenious and he used some tactics to immediately stir up the atmosphere in the auction ground. Cuckoo, everyone please. Chapter 5:32. The fiery atmosphere of the auction continued. After the blazing flame flower was auctioned off, Xiao Yan in the private room rarely called out a price. Xiao Yan's main objective for this trip had been completed after obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiao Yan was not interested in anything else. Secondly, he did not have much capital left. It was not easy to catalyze 2,000 fan leaves. Moreover, it was all thanks to Guyu. If it was possible, Xiao Yan hoped to keep the remaining 1,000 fan leaf so that he could use it to refine pills in the future. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, he could not help but feel shocked at the large scale of the auction this time around as the dazzling auction items flowed out one by one from the auction stage. The rarity of some of the auction items during this auction caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a rush of excitement. However, after a struggle in his heart, he finally became quiet. Originally, Xiao Yan wanted to try his luck and see if some of the medicinal ingredients that he needed would appear. Unfortunately, the heavens did not allow Xiao Yan to do as he wished despite his good intentions. The blazing flame flower was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Being able to get Xiao Yan to bid for it in this auction could already be considered extremely lucky. However, Xiao Yan's thoughts at this moment were a little greedy. The auction gradually approached its end while Xiao Yan waited in anticipation. At the same time, the value of the auction items that appeared on the auction stage became increasingly high. They had even reached the point where they could be called priceless treasures. At the very least, these things were worthy of being called priceless in the eyes of everyone in the auction ground. At this moment, the many elite Dodi in the private rooms had also taken out their true capital. Round after round of intense competition was carried out like a wildfire. Tens of millions of spirit coins, various rare medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and do skills were swiftly being traded like many ordinary goods. Xiao Yan sighed softly. He saw that the auction was nearing its end. However, there was still no item that could move him. Xiao Yan felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. It's so boring here. Can we go now? Murong Xianxia pouted her small mouth and laid on the armrest with an expressionless face. She asked Xiao Yan in an uninterested manner. Let's wait a little longer. The auction is about to end. Moreover, the blazing flower is still in the auction house. I will only be able to obtain it after the auction ends. For now, just bear with it for a little longer. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile and shake his head. As he comforted Murong Xianxian, his gaze once again returned to the light screen. At this moment, on the auction stage, the tempo was rapidly approaching the end. Therefore, all the items that were brought out were some important items. For example, right now, a scroll of high human rank cultivation method was being pushed to the peak by the crowd at a rapid speed like stars surrounding the moon. This scroll was called Devouring Shadow Skill. It was a darkness affinity chi method. The darkness affinity was relatively rare among all the cultivator affinity. It was also because of this that its value was even more valuable. Within a short moment, this scroll of Devouring Shadow Skill had already been raised to a high price. Its value had already reached the level of tens of millions of spirit coins. Compared to a Do technique of the same class, the value of a Chi method in the eyes of a cultivator was slightly higher. After all, the strength of a Do technique ultimately originated from the foundation of a cultivator. A good Chi method was able to raise the overall strength of a cultivator. Compared to a Do technique, this would undoubtedly cause a cultivator to be even more tempted. Hence, even though the value of this scroll of Devouring Shadow Skill had already been raised to the level of 50 million spirit coins, from the looks of it, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. This also caused Xiao Yan, who was currently in the private room, to involuntarily let out an exclamation of surprise. Tens of millions of spirit coins. Xiao Yan admitted that he would definitely not be able to exchange for so many spirit coins even if he were to sell all the things he had on him. Yet, those elite Dodi were able to randomly raise such a sky-high price for a scroll of a Chi method. It must be said that this could really be called a heroic spirit that reached the clouds. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan did not have much interest in this so-called Devouring Shadow Skill. Compared to the former, from the way Xiao Yan saw it, his flame mantra was only superior. Although the current flame mantra could only be called a low human rank Chi method, its growth ability was something that no Chi method in the world could compare with. As long as Xiao Yan was able to obtain a sufficient amount of heavenly flame, the flame mantra could similarly reach the high human rank or even the Sheng class Chi method. Of course, The precondition was that Xiaoyan needed to possess a sufficient amount of heavenly flame to raise the level of the flame mantra. Xiaoyan involuntarily nodded violently in his heart when he thought of this. He knew that the only way to allow the flame mantra to evolve was to quickly find the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, refine the medicinal pill, and swallow the bone-chilling flame. Although Xiaoyan was extremely unwilling in his heart, he also understood that Gu Yu's intentions were here. If he did not accept it, it would only cause Gu Yu to feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, it would be even more dangerous for him to face the so-called Ghost Hall. Ever since he had met the first Hall Master of the Ghost Hall, Xiaoyan had become increasingly aware of the importance of strength. With the strength of that group, they could easily deal with him. The reason why Xiaoyan was able to survive until now was merely because of Gu Yu within his body. If he wanted to truly protect himself, Xiaoyan needed an even greater strength. The source of this strength was the heavenly flame. It looks like I need to speed up the search for medicinal ingredients. Currently, I am still lacking 6 medicinal ingredients to refine the ice spirit pill and the ice spirit cold liquid. These 6 medicinal ingredients will be quite troublesome. Xiaoyan frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a pressure in his heart. This was especially so now that he was in the Shilin region. The 4 great sects had once again begun to covet him. It was likely that the entire western region would become his enemy. If he did not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible for him to survive in front of the 4 great sections. Just by relying on Gu Yu, Xiaoyan no longer had any hope. When he thought that even the spiritual strength that he was so proud of had been borrowed from Gu Yu, Xiaoyan felt ashamed of himself in his heart. Xiaoyan calmed himself. He had just withdrawn his thoughts when a smiling Fang Qian on the auction stage in the outside world once again took out a silver plate. Under the cover of the cloth, no one could see what was placed on the silver plate. However, one could roughly see the outline of the item. The auction item appeared to be square in shape. One could roughly guess that it was a box. The true auction item was likely within that box. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Dodi in each of the private rooms gradually became solemn. Finally, the thing that they had been waiting for since the beginning had finally appeared. A lovely figure wrapped in a red dress slowly stood up from the chair in a private room. Her pretty eyes revealed an anxious expression. In the other private rooms, the middle-aged man, who had been seated without moving, also slowly stood up at this moment. A glint overflowed from deep within his eyes. "Ha, everyone, the next auction item will be the final auction item of this auction. After this auction item is auctioned, this auction will officially end. The old me sincerely hopes that everyone present will be able to return with satisfaction. Hence, everyone must not miss this final auction item." Fang Qian chuckled as he spoke. At the same time, his shriveled hand slowly removed the cloth covering the silver plate. Soon after, a completely white jade box that emitted a sparkling treasure light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 5:33. Blazing Flame Flower. Everyone's eyes focused on the scene displayed on the light screen at this moment. A bright red petal slowly surfaced in front of everyone's eyes like a cluster of flames. Its emerald green roots were like a new bud that emitted a luster. When this flower was exposed in the air, everyone could clearly sense that the temperature of the place had clearly risen following the appearance of this flower. At this moment, not only were the people in the viewing gallery shocked, but even the few elite Dodi in the private rooms involuntarily revealed a surprise in their eyes when they looked at the flower. To be able to cause a change in the world, this flower was definitely not ordinary. Blazing Flame Flower. It contains an extremely domineering fire attribute energy. Ordinary people wouldn't even be able to touch it. I didn't expect that the news that spread before the auction was actually true. I can't believe that we'll be able to see such a natural wonder at this auction. There was naturally no lack of experienced and knowledgeable people among the bandits. There were already people who had recognized this blazing flame flower the moment they saw it. Immediately, the auction stage once again erupted into an uproar. Although most of the people seated had never personally seen the blazing flame flower, they were extremely familiar with its reputation. This kind of medicinal ingredient was extremely rare. Among all the fire attribute medicinal ingredients, it could be ranked among the top. In the refinement of many high-grade medicinal pills, the blazing flower would be used as the main ingredient. Hence, its value was immeasurable. However, such a precious medicinal ingredient had now appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Who would be willing to miss such an opportunity? Cuckoo, looks like everyone recognizes this flower. That's right, this flower is the blazing flame flower. The old me shall not speak about its medicinal properties for now. I think that everyone seated here should have some understanding of it. In that case, let's not say any more unnecessary words. Everyone, prepare your capital. On the auction stage, Feng Qian's old face was filled with a smile as he looked at the surrounding people in the viewing gallery. His shriveled hand gently stroked his beard as he immediately opened his mouth to speak. Due to the uniqueness of the blazing flame flower, its owner does not intend to auction it using spirit coins. Instead, he hopes that it can be exchanged with items of equal value. Therefore, if anyone here wishes to exchange for it, I hope that you can take out items of equal value. Of course, I will personally appraise its value. Feng Qian's deep gaze slowly swept across the entire place. As Feng Qian's words fell, the originally noisy crowd immediately became much quieter. There was no need to elaborate on the value of the blazing flower. Although there were many items in the world that could be compared to it, there were definitely not many. At the very least, none of the people present had anything that could be used to exchange for the blazing flower. Hee hee, Feng Qian laughed dryly. Soon after, he turned his gaze towards the private room at the top of the tall platform. At this very moment, it was likely that only the people there had the ability to take him down. Everyone, this blazing flame flower is already more than 1,000 years old. Its medicinal properties can be said to be the best of the best. If it is used to refine an elixir, I believe that the medicinal properties of the refined elixir will increase by quite a lot. There are quite a number of alchemists among the people seated here. This blazing flame flower is extremely suitable for all of you. After all, the first thing to judge the quality of an elixir is the medicinal ingredients used in the refinement of the elixir. I believe that there is no need for me to explain this point. All of the alchemists here should be able to understand this. As Feng Qian's words fell, his pair of muddy old eyes slowly swept across some of the people in the viewing gallery. His old face was filled with smiles. All of the people that he was looking at were alchemists. Among them, there were even a few rank 2 alchemists. At the same time, even Su Songming, who had a conflict with Xiao Yan 2 days ago, was also present. Everyone please. Feng Qian's footsteps slowly took half a step to the side as he raised his hand with a smile. His hand pointed at the blazing flame flower placed on the silver plate. His gaze once again swept across the entire place as he laughed. As Feng Qian's words fell, everyone in the auction ground gradually became silent. Only an extremely small portion of people would throw greedy gazes at the blazing flame flower. Feng Qian on the auction stage was not surprised by this. After all, compared to an ordinary qi method or dou technique, the attraction of medicinal ingredients was only aimed at alchemists. An ordinary person would not be interested in it. I am willing to offer 3 rank 2 medicinal pills in exchange for the blazing flame flower. The silent atmosphere in the auction ground continued for a short moment before a gray-robed old man in the viewing gallery slowly stood up from his seat. His old and hoarse voice reverberated across the entire auction ground, causing everyone's gazes to involuntarily look towards the gray-robed old man at this moment. I am willing to offer 4 D-tier medicinal pills. Humph! All of you are actually only willing to offer this little amount for such a good medicinal ingredient. How unsightly! The old me is willing to offer 7 D-tier medicinal pills. Today, this blazing flame flower will definitely land in my hands. 8. Soon after, another bid that was unwilling to be left behind sounded. Following which, a continuous barrage of bids rose and fell in succession as they swiftly resounded unceasingly in the auction ground. Within a short moment, the price of the blazing flame flower had already risen from 8 D-tier medicinal pills to the frightening level of 13 D-tier medicinal pills. Everyone on the stage couldn't help but feel a wave of shock as they listened to the bids that were being shouted one after another in the arena. 13 D-tier medicinal pills. If they were to be auctioned, their value would far exceed 10 million spirit coins. However, even though this was the case, the number of people shouting to bid increased. At the same time, the price of the blazing flame flower also swiftly rose. Humph! 20 D-tier medicinal pills. The old me is determined to obtain this blazing flame flower. Let's see who dares to compete with me. However, at a certain moment, Su Songming, who had been quietly sitting in the VIP seats at the front of the viewing platform, suddenly slammed his shriveled hand viciously against the armrest. As the chair beneath him exploded, his entire body instantly stood up. A pair of stern eyes contained an ominous glint as they slowly swept across the entire auction ground. Anyone who met his gaze hurriedly averted their eyes. Most of the people present had heard of Su Songming's name and were naturally not unfamiliar with him. Moreover, he was a member of the Alchemist Alliance and there were even more people who knew of him. At this moment, when Su Songming appeared, most of the alchemists present could not help but shut their mouths. Even though there was no lack of Tier 2 alchemists present, they were still slightly inferior when compared to Su Songming. After all, Su Songming was about to break through to a Tier 3 alchemist. This news had already spread throughout the entire Yen City 2 days ago. At this moment, anyone who met his gaze was extremely fearful of him. Otherwise, how could they so easily let go of this blazing flame flower? Humph! Su Songming, this is my Heavenly Clouds auction house. Don't you think your actions are a little overboard? Feng Qian had also heard that the former was about to break through to a Tier 3 alchemist. However, his words were still not the slightest bit courteous. Others might be afraid of a Tier 3 alchemist, but he was not. As for the Alchemist Alliance, his Heavenly Clouds auction house was even more fearless. Hence, his words were naturally not courteous. Manager Fong, I am only competing in a normal manner. I do not have any intention of forcefully monopolizing it. Of course, if any of the friends present still wishes to continue, feel free to raise the price. However, I believe that none of the alchemist friends present will be able to bid more than my 20 Emperor tier pills. When he heard these words, Su Songming laughed out loud. It was as if he had already expected this. Once he spoke, most of the alchemists present helplessly lowered their heads. Even though some of them wanted to compete with him, when they thought of the latter's background, they could not help but sigh and withdraw their gazes. When he saw this, the expression on Su Songming's old face became even more insolent. He looked at Feng Qian with a ferocious smile and laughed. How is it? Manager Feng, I believe that none of the alchemists present can offer a higher price than me. Of course, if there is someone who can offer a higher price than me, I will immediately turn around and leave. When Su Songming's words came out, Feng Qian narrowed his old eyes and sneered. He slowly lifted his turbid eyes and looked at Xiao Yan's private room. He believed that as long as Xiao Yan was willing to step in, even if Su Songming had the support of the Alchemist Alliance, he would not be able to do anything to him. At the same time, Su Songming seemed to have discovered Feng Qian's intention. Immediately, the expression on his face changed slightly. He hurriedly lifted his head and looked at Xiao Yan's private room. He knew that things were not going well. If Xiao Yan really stepped in, it was likely that he would not be able to obtain the blazing flower today. When he thought of this, hatred involuntarily surged in Su Songming's heart. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's figure once again slowly appeared outside the private room. When Feng Qian saw this, the expression on his old face instantly became pleasantly surprised. Since Xiao Yan had stepped in, Su Songming could only return regretfully. Feng Qian did not have a good impression of this old fellow. Now that he had done this in his own territory, Feng Qian was naturally displeased. If it were not for the auction, Feng Qian would have already attacked Su Songming. When he saw Xiao Yan step in, Su Songming's expression could not help but quickly become gloomy. Bastard! Don't tell me that this fellow is really going to spoil my plans? However, just as Feng Qian's face was filled with surprise and Su Songming's gloomy face was cursing Xiao Yan, a helpless expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face. His gaze swept across Fang Qian and Su Songming below, and a light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Soon after, he sighed, shook his head, and said helplessly, "Sorry, 20 Emperor-grade elixirs. I don't have them." Chapter 5:34. No! When Xiao Yan's words sounded, the entire place instantly turned silent. At this moment, even Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below, and Su Songming, who was standing on the viewing gallery, could not help but tremble slightly. The expressions on the two old men's faces instantly froze. No matter what, the two of them did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually say such words that would shock the entire place. At the same time, they were not the only ones. Even the expressions on the faces of the other alchemists on the viewing gallery, as well as the group of half-emperors, were extremely interesting at this moment. The words that Xiao Yan had said at this moment could be said to be the weirdest joke that everyone present had ever heard. A rank 3 alchemist actually did not have as many medicinal pills as a rank 2 alchemist. If news of this matter were to spread, everyone would laugh their heads off. Haha. After being stunned for a moment, an earth-shaking loud laughter suddenly rang out from the viewing gallery. There was no need to think too much. At this moment, the only person who could laugh out loud was likely Su Songming. Humph humph, looks like this old man is determined to obtain this blazing flame flower. Since no one is going to bid against this old man, Manager Fang, please make the final decision. Su Songming sneered as he lifted his eyes to look at Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky. He did not expect that the worries in his heart were actually groundless. Fang Qian acted as though he did not hear Su Songming's cold laughter. At this moment, his pair of turbid old eyes were firmly staring at Xiao Yan. His heart did not dare to believe that as a rank 3 alchemist, Xiao Yan would easily lose to someone like Su Songming. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan, who was standing in the sky, had his eyebrows tightly knitted together since the beginning. The expression on his face did not relax at all. It was as if he was helpless and anxious, but also as if he was thinking about something. However, in the end, Xiao Yan still did not give an answer. This caused Fang Qian, who was standing on the auction stage below, to involuntarily feel a little disappointed. Even the crowd in the viewing gallery could not help but throw a disappointed gaze at Xiao Yan. Sighing helplessly in his heart, Fang Qian could only look at Su Songming with a heart full of disappointment. Helplessly, the rules of the auction house were like this. No matter who the guest was, as long as he had the ability to win the auction item would belong to him. This rule was something that Fang Qian could not change even though he was an elite Dodi. The expression on his old face gradually turned gloomy. It was not until a long time later that Fang Qian once again raised his eyes to look at Su Songming. He paused for a long time before he slowly opened his mouth. Every word sounded as if it was squeezed out from between his teeth. His tone was stiff as he said, "Su Songming has offered 20 Emperor-grade pills in exchange for the blazing flower. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher price?" Su Songming had a victorious expression on his face. His thin lips curled into a cold smile that was as sharp as a blade. The resentment that he had accumulated because of Xiao Yan 2 days ago seemed to have disappeared at this moment. "As expected, there isn't any." The soft voice was almost inaudible. The atmosphere within the auction house had also become pressuring. It was as though there was a thick dark cloud covering everyone's heads. However, just as Fang Qian was about to speak again with a helpless face, Xiao Yan, who was high up in the sky, slowly raised his head. The corner of his mouth was slowly lifted into a playful smile. A pair of dark black eyes looked at Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below. At the same time, the latter seemed to have sensed something. His brows, which were filled with wrinkles, were lifted violently. His turbid old eyes were instantly lifted. His gaze was like a sword as it instantly looked at Xiao Yan. "Ha!" Fang Qian's old face was slightly stunned when he saw the smile that was revealed on the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth. Immediately, he seemed to have recalled something. The gloomy expression on his old face instantly disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by a joyous expression. "Good brat. You have really made the old me worry for nothing." While he laughed and scolded Xiao Yan in his heart, a joyous smile appeared on Fang Qian's old face. At the same time, Su Songming and the others in the stands also simultaneously shot their gazes toward Xiao Yan because of the change in expression on Fang Qian's old face. When everyone saw the smile that was lifted from the corner of Xiao Yan's mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces were involuntarily a little stunned. Immediately, they threw their pitiful gazes toward Su Songming in front of the viewing gallery. Looking at Xiao Yan's expression, it was obvious that they could not completely believe what he had said previously. Since that was the case, this time, Su Songming was really going to fail miserably. Humph! Brat, stop trying to act mysterious. If you can't produce the medicinal pill, don't even think about fighting with me for this blazing flower. Seeing the confident manner on Xiao Yan's face, Su Songming's heart was suddenly shocked. His body, which was standing in the same spot, could not help but tremble. Finally, he could not resist shouting sternly at Xiao Yan. He did not believe that Xiao Yan could not produce an emperor-grade medicinal pill. What right did he have to compete with him? Unless Xiao Yan's previous words were all lies and he was simply deceiving the crowd. You are right. I really can't produce a medicinal pill. However, Xiao Yan's following words caused the crowd to be stunned once again. Since he did not have a medicinal pill, how could Xiao Yan compete with Su Songming? Haha. When he heard Xiao Yan's words, Su Songming could not help but laugh out loud again. On the auction stage, Fang Qian narrowed his old eyes and stared at Xiao Yan with his turbid old eyes. His eyes flickered as if he had already guessed something. May I ask Manager Fang Qian if this blazing flower can only be exchanged with medicinal pills? Xiao Yan smiled and ignored Su Songming. Instead, he looked at Fang Qian and smiled as he cupped his hands together and asked, Of course not. I have already said that as long as you can produce something of equivalent value, you can use it to auction this blazing flower. The expression in Su Songming's eyes suddenly solidified when he heard the words from the mouths of the two. At the same time, everyone on the stage appeared to have heard something from Xiao Yan's words. All of their eyes immediately revealed a curious expression. Could it be that this black-robed, young man in front of them could really take out something of equal value to the Xinyan flower? Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the smile on Xiao Yan's lips grew even wider. His gaze calmly swept over Su Songming below as the corners of his mouth curled, revealing a row of spotlessly white teeth. In Su Songming's eyes, this appearance was akin to a cold, sharp blade being waved at him. In the air, Xiao Yan slowly extended one of his hands towards the empty space in front of him. Immediately, under the focused gazes of everyone present, a thought passed through his mind. In the next instant, an emerald green flowing light swiftly flashed in Xiao Yan's palm. Immediately, an emerald green fan leaf the size of a washbasin appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Looking at this fan leaf, it was undoubtedly a 1,000-fan leaf. Chapter 5:35. This is the 1,000-fan leaf. The pupils of most of the people present involuntarily shrunk when they saw the 1,000-fan leaf. Even the elite Do Di in the other private rooms and Dong Chuan, who was standing at the side of the viewing gallery, could not help but have a slight change in expression. A pair of sharp eyes instantly stared at the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yan's hand. That's right. This is indeed the 1,000-fan leaf. However, it is strange. This 1,000-fan leaf has always been that woman Jin Yao's treasure. Outsiders are not even allowed to touch it. How can it appear in this little fellow's hands at this moment? Dong Chuan's eyes were filled with doubt as he stared at the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yan's hand. He could not help but curse in his heart. He naturally had some understanding of the matter regarding the 1,000-fan tree. In his heart, he understood that Jin Yao valued the 1,000-fan tree greatly. Other than herself, no one else was allowed to touch it, much less pluck the leaves from the 1,000-fan tree. Even though the 1,000-fan tree had withered and died, Jin Yao still viewed it as her exclusive property. However, the 1,000-fan leaf had appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. This involuntarily caused a feeling of surprise to rise in the hearts of everyone present. Dong Chuan's sharp eyes suddenly turned. He raised his eyes and looked at a certain private room in the auction ground. That place was where Jin Yao was located. Being in Yen City and being a Do Di, Jin Yao would naturally not miss out on such a grand auction. At this moment, A curvaceous beauty wearing a tight red dress was seated in the private room. A pair of long beautiful eyes involuntarily revealed an expression of surprise when they looked at Xiao Yan on the light screen in front of her. Her tender and beautiful red lips trembled slightly. Her white hand was gently pressed against her chest. Following Jin Yao's breathing, the pair of snow-white peaks in front of her chest appeared even fuller. Under the contrast of her red dress, the current Jin Yao caused one to feel a suffocating feeling just by looking at her. This guy, he actually managed to push the sprout to such an extent in just 2 days. The soft voice from her mouth caused the surrounding empty space to tremble slightly. However, Jin Yao was unaware that the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yan's hand was the tender shoot from 2 days ago. In reality, that tender shoot had already turned into a large tree that was similar to Jin Yao's 1,000-fan tree under the catalysis of Guyu. This 1,000-fan leaf had been plucked from it. During these 2 days, Xiao Yan had continuously squandered the dou qi within his body. Guyu, on the other hand, controlled the life flame and unleashed its greatest strength. Hard work paid off. After 2 days, Xiao Yan had obtained 2,000 fan leaves that were over 1,000 years old and even more 1,000 fan leaves that were less than 1,000 years old. The one who benefited the most was naturally the parent body of these 1,000 fan leaves. Xiao Yan currently possessed a 1,000-fan tree that belonged to him. The trip to the 1,000 medicinal house had allowed Xiao Yan to earn a lot. The 1,000-fan leaf in his hand was one of the 2,000 fan leaves that he possessed. Of course, all of this was due to Guyu. If Guyu had not intervened, it was likely that Xiao Yan would not have been able to catalyze a 1,000-fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old within 2 days even if he used all his strength. A 1,000-fan leaf that was over 1,000 years old was something that could even tempt an elite Dou-Di. Now that Xiao Yan had taken out a 1,000-fan leaf, the elite Dou-Di present immediately threw numerous greedy eyes toward the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan in the sky suddenly emitted a cold snort from his nose when he sensed the overflowing aura within the bodies of everyone present. At the same time, his body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and a frighteningly vast spiritual pressure between his brows immediately turned into an invisible spiritual wave. It swept over the entire auction ground in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it caused the expressions of everyone present to drastically change. The frightening spiritual pressure was just like an enormous mountain that pressed down on the heads of everyone present under the control of Xiao Yan's mind. The extremely frightening aura caused everyone present to be unable to breathe. Some of the weaker ones even felt giddy and fainted. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Dou-Di in the private rooms changed. However, without exception, all of them felt a solemnness toward the current Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did they recall that this black-robed, young man standing in front of them was not only a 6-star bandit. He was also a rank 3 alchemist who would cause even an elite Dou-Di to feel fear in their hearts when they met him. They couldn't afford to underestimate this kind of person at all. Su Songming's expression was extremely gloomy as he stood in the viewing gallery. He resisted the frightening spiritual pressure that was transmitted from above his head. He had never expected that Xiao Yan would actually be able to take out a 1,000-fan leaf. Regardless of how unwilling Su Songming was in his heart, he could only bitterly return. "Cuckoo, mister, there will definitely not be any forceful robbery within my Heavenly Cloud auction house. You can rest assured about this. Therefore, I hope that you can withdraw your spiritual strength. After all, this auction still needs to continue." At this moment, Fang Qian's warm laughter was faintly transmitted over. It was like the sound of an ancient bell that reverberated throughout the auction ground. Xiao Yan only withdrew his gaze after hearing Fang Qian's words. Coincidentally, he saw the latter looking at him with a smile. The latter cupped his hands together and cupped them toward him. Immediately, Xiao Yan nodded slightly. A thought passed through his mind and he withdrew the spiritual strength that had spread out. Since Fang Qian had already given him a way out, Xiao Yan would naturally not continue to ask for a rebuff. Currently, he had already achieved the deterrence effect that he wanted. He believed that these Dou-Di would not easily have any ideas about him. As for those Bandi experts, Xiao Yan was even less concerned about them. With the strength that he currently possessed, other than experts at the Do-D class and above, Xiaoyan was already unconcerned about an ordinary bandit. Cuckoo, everyone, is there anyone who is willing to bid a higher price than this mister? If there is no one, the old me will announce that the winner of today's auction is this mister. At this moment, Fang Qian's old face was filled with a smile. Su Songming's defeat seemed to be something that caused him to feel quite happy. Umph. Su Songming involuntarily snorted angrily when he heard these words. Although his heart was filled with an unjust feeling, he could not vent the anger in his heart. In front of Xiaoyan, regardless of how mighty he was in the past, it was difficult for him to block the latter's dazzling brilliance. After a series of curses in his heart, Su Songming could only leave the auction house with an ashen face. He angrily waved his sleeves and left the auction house. As for the people on the stage, their thoughts had already forgotten about Su Songming because of Xiaoyan. Even his departure was not known by anyone. The smile that was lifted on the corner of Xiaoyan's mouth within the private room gradually widened. Finally, he could not resist laughing out loud. This caused Murong Qianxian's pretty face to involuntarily reveal a joyous smile. Soon after, a new round of auctions began in the outside world. After the matter of the Xinyan flower, the atmosphere in the auction ground had become increasingly high. As one auction item after another was brought onto the stage, the emotions of the people in the viewing gallery also became increasingly excited. At the same time, the smile on Fang Qian's old face also became increasingly cheerful. Although there were some elite Do-D within the private room who competed, they were still in the minority. At a certain moment, a middle-aged man, whose eyes had been tightly shut in a certain private room that had been quiet for a long time, finally slowly opened his eyes. At the same time, a sharp overbearing cold glint flashed deep within his eyes. The instant the middle-aged man opened his eyes, one could see that the empty space around him involuntarily trembled. "How is the investigation going?" Not the slightest emotion could be heard from his calm voice. However, it was sufficient to cause the empty space to tremble until it was on the verge of collapsing. Clan Head, this subordinate's investigation is exactly the same as what Clan Head had predicted. These two people came from the east. Based on the time, they arrived here from Sulan City 2 days ago. We can be certain that the two people that Ancestor has mentioned are them. Creak. As the soft voice sounded, the pair of white hands under the sleeves of the middle-aged man suddenly tightened. An uncontrollable killing intent crazily surged out from his eyes. "Clan Head, do you want to withdraw? This is the territory of the Tianyun auction house. In this place, even the people from the 4 great sects cannot easily attack, much less us. Wait. Once the auction is over, this clan head will personally meet this rank 3 alchemist." Chapter 5:36. The fiery atmosphere of the auction continued. After the blazing flame flower was auctioned off, Xiao Yan in the private room rarely called out a price. Xiao Yan's main objective for this trip had been completed after obtaining the blazing flame flower. Xiao Yan was not interested in anything else. Secondly, he did not have much capital left. It was not easy to catalyze 2,000 fan leaves. Moreover, it was all thanks to Guyu. If it was possible, Xiao Yan hoped to keep the remaining 1,000 fan leaf so that he could use it to refine pills in the future. Even with Xiao Yan's mental strength, he could not help but feel shocked at the large scale of the auction this time around as the dazzling auction items flowed out one by one from the auction stage. The rarity of some of the auction items during this auction caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily feel a rush of excitement. However, after a struggle in his heart, he finally became quiet. Originally, Xiao Yan wanted to try his luck and see if some of the medicinal ingredients that he needed would appear. Unfortunately, the heavens did not allow Xiao Yan to do as he wished despite his good intentions. The blazing flame flower was an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. Being able to get Xiao Yan to bid for it in this auction could already be considered extremely lucky. However, Xiao Yan's thoughts at this moment were a little greedy. The auction gradually approached its end while Xiao Yan waited in anticipation. At the same time, the value of the auction items that appeared on the auction stage became increasingly high. They had even reached the point where they could be called priceless treasures. At the very least, These things could be called priceless in the eyes of everyone in the auction ground. At this moment, the many elite Do-di in the private rooms had also taken out their true capital. Round after round of intense competition was carried out in an intense manner. Tens of millions of spirit coins, various precious medicinal ingredients, medicinal pills, and high-class chi methods and do skills were swiftly being traded like many ordinary goods. But Xiao Yan softly sighed. He saw that the auction was nearing its end. However, there was still no item that could move him. Xiao Yan felt a little dissatisfied in his heart. This place is really boring. Can we leave? Murong Xianxia pouted her small mouth. Her pretty face was listless as she leaned on the armrest. She asked Xiao Yan in a bored manner. Let's wait a little longer. The auction is about to end. Moreover, the blazing flame flower is still in the auction house. I will only be able to obtain it after the auction is over. You should just endure a little longer for now. Xiao Yan could only bitterly smile and shake his head when he heard this. Xiao Yan comforted Murong Xianxia. At the same time, his eyes once again. At this moment, on the auction stage, the tempo was rapidly approaching the end. Therefore, all the items that were brought out were some important items. For example, right now, a scroll of high human rank cultivation method was being pushed to the peak by the crowd like stars surrounding the moon. This chi method was called Devouring Shadow Skill. It was a darkness affinity chi method. The darkness affinity was relatively rare among all the cultivator affinity. It was also because of this that its value was even more valuable. Within a short moment, this Devouring Shadow Skill scroll had already been raised to a high price. Its value had already reached the level of tens of millions of spirit coins. Compared to a Do technique of the same class, the value of a Chi method was slightly higher in the eyes of a cultivator. After all, the strength of a Do technique ultimately originated from the foundation of a cultivator. A good Chi method was able to raise the overall strength of a cultivator. Compared to a Do technique, this would undoubtedly cause a cultivator to be more interested. Hence, even though the value of this Devouring Shadow Skill scroll had already been raised to the level of 50 million spirit coins, from the looks of it, it did not seem to have any intention of stopping. This also caused Xiao Yan, who was currently in the private room, to involuntarily let out an exclamation of surprise. Tens of millions of spirit coins. Xiao Yan admitted that he would definitely not be able to exchange for so many spirit coins even if he sold all the things he had on him. Yet, those elite Do-di were able to randomly raise such a sky-high price for a scroll of a chi method. It must be said that this could really be called a heroic spirit that reached the clouds. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan did not have much interest in this so-called Devouring Shadow Skill. Compared to the former, from the way Xiao Yan saw it, his flame mantra was only superior. Although the current flame mantra could only be called a low human class chi method, its growth ability was something that no chi method in this world could compare with. As long as Xiao Yan was able to obtain a sufficient amount of heavenly flame, the flame mantra could similarly reach the high human class or even the Sheng class chi method. Of course, the precondition was that Xiao Yan needed to possess a sufficient amount of heavenly flame to raise the level of the flame mantra. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded violently in his heart when he thought of this. He knew that the only way to allow the flame mantra to evolve was to quickly find the medicinal ingredients needed to refine the ice spirit pill, refine the medicinal pill, and swallow the bone-chilling flame. Although Xiao Yan was extremely unwilling in his heart, he also understood that Gu Yu's intentions were here. If he did not accept it, it would only cause Gu Yu to feel a chill in his heart. At the same time, it would be even more dangerous for him to face the so-called Ghost Hall. Ever since he had met the first hall master of the Ghost Hall, Xiao Yan had become increasingly aware of the importance of strength. With the strength of that group, they could easily deal with him. The reason why Xiao Yan was able to survive until now was merely because of Gu Yu within his body. If he wanted to truly protect himself, Xiao Yan needed an even greater strength. The source of this strength was the heavenly flame. It looks like I need to speed up the search for medicinal ingredients. Currently, I am still lacking 6 medicinal ingredients to refine the ice spirit pill and the ice spirit cold liquid. These 6 medicinal ingredients will be quite troublesome. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. He could not help but feel a pressure in his heart. This was especially so now that he was in the Shilin region. The 4 great sects had once again begun to covet him. It was likely that the entire western region would become his enemy. If he did not possess sufficient strength, it would be impossible for him to survive in front of the 4 great sections. Just by relying on Guyu, Xiao Yan no longer had any hope. When he thought that even the spiritual strength that he was so proud of had been borrowed from Guyu, Xiao Yan felt ashamed of himself in his heart. Xiao Yan calmed his mind. He had just withdrawn his thoughts when Fang Qian, whose face was filled with smiles, once again took out a silver plate on the auction stage in the outside world. Under the cover of the cloth, no one could see what was placed on the silver plate. However, one could roughly see the outline of the thing. The auction item appeared to be square in shape. One could roughly guess that it was a box. The true auction item was likely within that box. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the elite Dodi in each of the private rooms gradually became solemn. Finally, the thing that they had been waiting for since the beginning had finally appeared. A lovely figure wrapped in a red dress slowly stood up from the chair in a private room. Her pretty eyes revealed an anxious expression. In the other private rooms, the middle-aged man, who had been seated without moving, also slowly stood up at this moment. A glint overflowed from deep within his eyes. Haha, everyone, the next auction item will be the final auction item of this auction. After this auction item is auctioned, this auction will officially end. The old me sincerely hopes that everyone present will be able to return with satisfaction. Hence, everyone must not miss this final auction item. Fang Qian chuckled as he spoke. At the same time, his shriveled hand slowly removed the cloth covering the silver plate. Soon after, a completely white jade box that emitted a sparkling treasure light appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 537. Following the removal of the cloth, a completely white square jade box was slowly exposed in the air. At the same time, the gazes of everyone in the auction ground were attracted by the jade box that had appeared in front of them. Soon after, however, everyone in the auction ground involuntarily frowned. Although they could see that the material of this jade box was extraordinary, at the same time, they also knew that this thing was not the true auction item. This so-called final item should be the thing that was placed within this jade box. Fang Qian's old face once again revealed a kind smile in front of the numerous gazes in the auction ground. Immediately, his deep gaze slowly swept over the few private rooms above. His turbid old eyes overflowed with a glow. He knew that the reason why this group of people had come to participate in this auction was most likely because of the thing within this jade box. Currently, the auction had already reached its final moments. This group of people would definitely take out their true capital to fight for the item within this jade box. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was currently standing within the private room, also involuntarily knit his brows. With the current Xiao Yan's spiritual strength, he naturally sensed the unusual movements of the auras within the other few private rooms. Immediately, Xiao Yan's expression involuntarily solidified. His heart was surprised. The thing within this jade box was actually able to cause these elite Dodi's expressions to involuntarily change. By being able to be auctioned as the final item in an auction of this level, it was likely that this item was not ordinary. Cuckoo, everyone, the final auction item is within this jade box. Now, the old me can clearly tell everyone that this auction item is a medicinal pill. Fang Qian's hand gently stroked his white beard as he stood on the auction stage. At the same time, his mouth laughed as he spoke. The moment Fang Qian's words left his mouth, the expressions on everyone's faces involuntarily became slightly startled. Immediately, they looked at Fang Qian with strange expressions. They did not expect that the final item would actually be a medicinal pill. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who was in the private room, could not help but feel astonished. He had also not expected that the final auction item would actually be an elixir. Of course, Xiao Yan would not treat this medicinal pill as an ordinary D-tier medicinal pill. After all, how could this medicinal pill be an ordinary item if it could be used as the final item of the auction? It was likely that this medicinal pill had at the very least reached the level of a Tier 3 medicinal pill. A stern expression involuntarily flashed across Xiao Yan's dark black eyes when he thought of this. It seemed that the ultimate goal of these elite Do Di in this auction was this medicinal pill. A Tier 3 medicinal pill was something that was truly worthy of an elite Do Di taking action. It was no wonder that the aura of these fellows had soared when they saw this jade box. Soon after, under the suspicious gazes of the crowd, Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage, extended his shriveled hand once again and slowly covered the jade box. After which, he carefully opened it. When a crack line was gradually widened along the edge of the jade box, threads of cloud-like pill fragrance seeped out from within the jade box. The dense pill fragrance swiftly filled the entire auction ground. After everyone present smelled this pill fragrance, the expressions on their faces instantly became shocked. After the pill fragrance entered their bodies, they could actually clearly sense the Do Qi within their bodies faintly showing signs of rising under the influence of this pill fragrance. This kind of change was something that they would not be able to see even after training for an entire year. Even some of the elite Bandi experts present, who were originally on the verge of breaking through, felt their Do Qi, which had been stagnant, suddenly appear as though a tightly shut door had been opened at this moment. The aura within their bodies instantly became violent. Clearly, it was time for them to break through. What kind of medicinal pill is this? It is actually able to trigger my cultivation. At this moment, numerous exclamations that were filled with shock sounded one after another in the auction ground. Shock was written all over everyone's faces. At the same time, as they looked at the jade box that was being slowly opened on the auction stage, a deep greed involuntarily surged from the deep regions of their eyes. There were even some people who had already raised the Do Qi within their bodies, appearing as though they were accumulating strength and waiting to attack. However, at a certain moment, a thunder-like cold snort suddenly sounded within this enormous auction ground, causing everyone present to instantly recover. Everyone, please abide by the rules of my auction ground. Otherwise, do not blame me for being merciless. Dong Chuan's figure slowly surfaced on the auction stage after this indifferent voice was emitted. Both of his hands were crossed over his chest. His face was overbearing as he stood by the side of the crystal pillar. His sharp and overbearing gaze slowly swept over everyone present. This was especially the case when his gaze swept over those private rooms above the auction ground. The expression in his eyes became even sharper. Noticing Dong Chuan's gaze, a low snort with different tones was emitted from within those few private rooms. Immediately, they quickly became silent. Only Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian by his side in the private room had their eyes widened. Both of their eyes stared intently at the round medicinal pill that was slowly being exposed in the air. The entire medicinal pill was the size of a longan fruit. Its entire body was mainly icy blue in color. There were also some dense white lines that were like flowing water mixed within it. The two intertwined with each other, causing the entire medicinal pill to appear extremely beautiful. The medicinal pill was indeed beautiful. However, at the same time, Xiao Yan was also able to sense the frightening medicinal strength contained within it with his naked eye. That medicinal strength was definitely not something that an ordinary Tier 2 medicinal pill could compare with. Is this a Tier 3 medicinal pill? Xiao Yan's pupils shrunk slightly as he involuntarily exclaimed in surprise in his heart. However, in the next moment, Fang Qian on the auction stage once again opened his mouth. Everyone, this medicinal pill is called the Extreme Change Pill. May I know if anyone here recognizes it? Narrowing his eyes, Fang Qian had a bright smile on his face as he surveyed his surroundings. However, after one round, the gazes of everyone present involuntarily turned away when they came into contact with him. Clearly, no one present knew anything about this so-called extreme transformation pill. It's fine if you don't recognize it. As long as this old man introduces it, I believe that everyone will recognize it. With a faint smile, Fang Qian's turbid old eyes once again slowly swept over everyone present. He glanced at those private rooms before opening his mouth to speak with a smile. Extreme Change Pill, Tier 4 Medicinal Pill. Chapter 5:38. Extreme Transformation Pill, Rank 4 Medicinal Pill. Fang Qian had yet to completely spit out the words from his mouth when the expressions of everyone in the auction ground instantly changed. Other than those few elite Dodi, who had clearly predicted this, even Xiao Yan, who was currently in the private room, had an expression of surprise on his face. Xiao Yan's heart was also filled with shock when he heard Fang Qian's words. No matter how he thought about it, he did not expect that this extreme transformation pill was actually a rank 4 medicinal pill. Rank 4. Xiao Yan softly muttered these two words in his mouth. The expression on his face became increasingly shocked. At the same time, his body, which was originally curled up in the chair, had unknowingly stood up. At this very moment, even Murong Qianxian, who was beside Xiao Yan, had a bored expression on her pretty face. At this moment, she also revealed an incomparably shocked expression. In the outside world, everyone, who had already been shocked by Dong Chuan's aura, were like numerous statues at this moment as they stood in their original spots in a daze. Everyone's ears were still reverberating the words from Fang Qian's mouth like a bell. Extreme Transformation Pill, Rank 4 Medicinal Pill. As for the various elite Dodi within the private room, their faces also revealed an excited expression that was difficult to suppress. After waiting for so long until the end of the auction, the thing that they had painstakingly waited for was finally completely revealed in front of them. Haha, is this the Extreme Transformation Pill? A rank 4 medicinal pill is indeed extraordinary. Within the private room, the red-dressed Jinyao's pretty eyes stared at the blue and white medicinal pill within the jade box. Her nimble nose gently inhaled the faint pill fragrance that was transmitted from the air as she muttered with an intoxicated face. At this moment, the appearance of Jinyao caused people to be even more moved when they saw it. Extreme Transformation Pill. This medicinal pill is something that this clan head wants. In another empty private room, a middle-aged man stood straight in front of the light curtain. The 5 fingers of his large hand were spread open. His palm faced the Extreme Transformation Pill that was displayed on the light curtain. It was as though he wanted to hold it in his palm. A pair of silver-white eyes revealed a viciousness. At the same time, the greedy expression under it could not be hidden. The dou-qi within his body had already circulated to every part of the middle-aged man's body without him noticing. An invisible force and pressure faintly spread out from his body, causing the empty space around the middle-aged man to tremble. At the same time, the same situation was occurring in the other private rooms. On the auction stage, Fang Qian's face was filled with smiles as he looked at the many statue-like figures in the viewing gallery. His turbid eyes as they swept over the private rooms. He paused for a moment before he opened his mouth to speak. Cuckoo, Ultimate Transformation Pill, a rank 4 medicinal pill. Its effect is to raise the strength of a Do-D class expert. As he spoke, Fang Qian's gaze landed on the private rooms again. Hiss! The expression of Xiao Yan in the private room suddenly changed when Fang Qian's words were uttered. His mouth involuntarily inhaled a breath of cool air. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan completely understand in his heart. No wonder these people would be moved by this extreme transformation pill. It was not only because the latter was a rank 4 medicinal pill. The greater reason was likely its frightening effect of raising the strength of an elite Do-D. Everyone knew that once one's strength reached the Do-D class, it was increasingly difficult to increase one's strength. Compared to the Ban-D class, it was even more difficult to raise the strength of an elite Do-D. An ordinary Ban-D would be able to raise his strength by 1 star every 1 to 200 years as long as his training talent was passable. However, it was different for an elite Do-D. Even 2 people with similar training talent might not be able to raise their strength by 1 star if one was a Ban-D and the other was an elite Do-D, even if one undertook a retreat to train for hundreds of years. It was likely that one would not even be able to raise his strength by a single star. Yet, at this moment, just a small medicinal pill was able to raise one's strength. It was likely that no one would be willing to miss out on such a good thing. After Fang Qian's words sounded, the expressions on the faces of the elite Do-D in the private room became stern. They understood in their hearts that it was likely that they would not be able to avoid experiencing a bidding war where all of them would fight for the right to understand. Of course, Although the extreme transformation pill is able to raise the strength of an elite Do D class expert, there is a certain limit to it. There are also quite a number of possibilities. The old me still needs to inform everyone about this point in advance. Fang Qian's gaze looked all around him on the auction stage. He immediately opened his mouth and said, "The extreme transformation pill may be able to raise the strength of an elite Do D class expert, but at the same time, it also has its own flaw." Fang Qian gently stroked his beard with one hand. At the same time, he carelessly closed the jade box that he had opened. After the effect of the extreme transformation pill is completely unleashed, it is at the very most able to raise the strength of an elite Do D class expert by 1 star. At the same time, it is extremely likely that it will only raise the strength of an initial 1-star Ban D Do D to an intermediate 1-star Do D. Of course, this is only the second possibility. As for the third possibility, it is also an outcome that no one wishes to see. Perhaps, after you swallow the extreme transformation pill, the medicinal properties of the pill will be completely submerged. Even the slight increase in strength will not be able to help you raise it. In the end, Fang Qian acted as if he was sighing. His mouth clicked its tongue as he shook his head and sighed softly. In conclusion, the extreme transformation pill has a 1/3 chance of being able to raise the strength of an elite Do D class expert by 1 star or a slight increase in strength. It might also be completely useless. When these words of Fang Qian were spoken, the expressions of the elite Do D in the private room involuntarily changed. All of them frowned and a worried expression was revealed between their brows. This was something that even they were unaware of. If it was really as Fang Qian had said, even if they managed to auction off this extreme transformation pill, there was only a 1/3 chance that it would raise their strength. If it was really able to raise their strength by 1 star, it would be worth it for them. Even if it was only able to raise their strength by a little, they would still be able to barely accept it. However, if this medicinal pill was completely useless, would they not end up with nothing? At that time, not only would they cause their hearts to be filled with anger, but they would also end up being ridiculed by others. How could they be willing to accept this? Cuckoo, everyone, although this extreme transformation pill only has a 1/3 chance of being able to raise the strength of an elite Do D by 1 star, I hope that everyone can understand the principle that it is better than nothing. Don't tell me that everyone is not willing to use the money in their hands to gamble for the next few hundred years of training? Fang Qian was able to understand the worry in the hearts of all the elite Do D present. However, at the same time, he had already expected all of this. Hence, the moment he opened his mouth, the expressions on the faces of those Do D changed. Everyone, this extreme transformation pill is able to be ranked as a rank 4 medicinal pill. It naturally has its own advantages. In the entire continent, there are quite a number of people who have used the extreme transformation pill to raise their strength. The reason why they are able to break through is because they dare to take the risk. If they succeed, they will be able to save a few hundred years of bitter training. If they fail, they will only be left with a pile of useless worldly possessions. The benefits in this will depend on how everyone deals with it. Chapter 539. The hearts of all the elite Do D within the private room involuntarily trembled when they heard Fang Qian's words. However, they eventually became quiet. All the elite Do D who could sit in this place were old and experienced. Although Fang Qian's words caused their hearts to palpitate and they almost involuntarily wanted to bid, they also knew that Fang Qian was extremely experienced in auctioning since he was able to become the auctioneer of this auction. The reason he had said so much was to allow them to bid and compete in order to raise the price of this extreme transformation pill. Fang Qian involuntarily frowned when he saw that there was no activity within those private rooms on the auction stage. However, he also knew that those fellows within the private rooms were after all elite Do D. Their thoughts were meticulous. In order to consider their own benefits, they would naturally not dare to easily bid. Of course, as long as one of them bid, there would be even more people who were unable to resist this temptation and began to bid. At that time, there would be no need for him to say anything more. The price of the extreme transformation pill would naturally soar wildly. The atmosphere in the auction ground might appear a little pressuring at this moment, But anyone with eyes could tell that this temporary silence was merely a temporary preparation for the storm that would follow. Cuckoo, everyone, the owner of this extreme transformation pill, hopes to use this medicinal pill to exchange for a Ling-class Qi method. The affinity of the Qi method is not important. I only hope that it is above the Ling class. Of course, it is naturally possible if one is able to use high-grade ingredients of similar value to exchange for it. However, if someone is willing to use a Qi method or Do technique to exchange for it, the latter can be omitted. If anyone present is willing, please begin. Fang Qian's turbid eyes once again swept over those private rooms after his words sounded. His old face revealed a half-smile. Although no one had called out to bid until now, Fang Qian's heart was still calm. He believed that what would come would eventually come. However, this wait lasted for nearly an hour. Everyone present had already begun to show some impatience. This was a fight between elite Dodi and had nothing to do with them, these Bandi experts. Even though they were similarly tempted by this medicinal pill, they also knew that this rank 4 medicinal pill, the extreme transformation pill, would only be something that belonged to these elite Dodi. If any of them dared to make a sound, they would only end up being the common enemy of the elite Dodi in the private rooms. These Bandi were not stupid to put themselves in a dangerous situation for a medicinal pill. I bid 1,000-year-old thousand fan leaf. However, just when everyone thought that this silent atmosphere would continue, a clear and bright voice rang out in the huge auction hall once again. The sonorous and powerful voice was like the sound of a bell that reverberated endlessly in the entire auction house. The clear voice resounded in the ears of everyone, causing the expressions of everyone present to change in unison. The next moment, everyone. 1,000-year-old thousand extreme transformation pill, 1,000-year-old 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 1,000-year-old. They had clearly heard that it was another 1,000-year-old thousand fan leaf. This thing was something that no one, other than Xiao Yan in that private room, had ever taken out since the auction began. At this moment, when the 1,000-fan leaf was called for the second time, everyone present immediately thought of Xiao Yan without any hesitation. Xiao Yan's expression remained unchanged as he sensed the numerous gazes that were shot over from all directions. At the same time, the empty space outside of the private room slowly distorted. Xiao Yan's figure once again appeared in front of everyone in the auction ground. When Xiao Yan appeared, he placed his hand flat in the empty space before him. Above his palm floated a leaf that was exactly the same size as the one from before. It was the 1,000-fan leaf. The expressions of everyone present involuntarily changed when they saw the 1,000-fan leaf once again. From the unique pattern on the 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yan's hand, this 1,000-fan leaf was definitely not the one from earlier. This also meant that there was indeed a second 1,000-fan leaf in Xiao Yan's hand. However, compared to this, everyone was even more curious about whether this black-robed young man had a third or even more 1,000-fan leaves. If that was the case, then even if Xiao Yan was a rank 3 alchemist, no one present would be willing to let him go. Hearing Xiao Yan's sudden bid, Fang Qian, who was on the auction stage below, could not help but reveal a stunned expression. He could not help but feel some surprise in his heart. The Xiao Yan in front of him was clearly a Bandi. Why would he need to auction such a medicinal pill? Soon after, however, Fang Qian came to an understanding. It was likely that with Xiao Yan's heaven-defying training speed, becoming an elite Dodi was merely a matter of time. Even if he were to auction it now as a preparation for becoming a Dodi in the future, it would not be unreasonable. At the same time, on the other side, Jin Yao's pretty face involuntarily revealed an extremely surprised expression. She did not expect that Xiao Yan would actually take out 2,000 fan leaves in succession. This fellow, what exactly did he do during these 2 days? Threads of cold sweat slowly seeped out of Jin Yao's white forehead. In her heart, she could imagine just what kind of price Xiao Yan had paid during these 2 days in order to catalyze these 2,000 fan leaves. I bid 100 flower. Soon after the voice from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, those elite Dodi in the auction ground appeared to be unable to remain calm. A shady-faced yellow-robed old man revealed himself outside of a certain private room. At the same time, a plant that was neither flower nor grass slowly stood in his hand. Everyone present involuntarily turned their gazes towards the old man when they heard his words. Immediately, different expressions appeared on everyone's faces. Everyone had naturally imagined the situation of a bidding competition. However, they did not expect that these elite Dodi would actually compete with this rank 3 alchemist. It should be known that with the latter's status, most elite Dodi would not be willing to become enemies with him under normal circumstances. At this moment, however, this yellow-robed old man actually dared to provoke this hornet's nest in order to obtain a rank 4 medicinal pill. From the looks of it, this yellow-robed old man would likely end up in quite a lot of trouble after this matter. Of course, this yellow-robed old man was naturally aware of this point. However, his strength had not increased for hundreds of years after advancing to the Dodi class. The reason why he had participated in the auction this time around was because of this extreme transformation pill. In order to obtain it, the old man had not touched any of the other things in the auction. Now that such a moment had finally arrived, he must obtain this medicinal pill even if he had to use all his wealth and not hesitate to offend a rank 3 alchemist. The 100-flower flower may be good, but it cannot compare with this G flower of mine. The extreme transformation pill will definitely be in my possession. At this moment, an old man with fiery red hair from another private room in the auction ground also stepped forward. At the same time, a gray-colored flower also appeared in his hand. Fang Qian on the auction stage slowly narrowed his old eyes when he saw this scene. The corner of his mouth revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 540. As one clapping sound after another sounded in the arena, the elite Dodi within the private rooms began to reveal their true capital. Various kinds of natural treasures were spat out from the mouths of the elite Dodi in a manner as though they were reporting. This scene caused everyone in the viewing gallery below to be stunned. Within a short moment, the medicinal ingredient names and some precious materials that were spat out from the mouths of the 10+ elite Dodi were actually nearly 100 types. However, this was far from enough to allow them to truly obtain the extreme transformation pill. Xiao Yan involuntarily clicked his tongue in amazement as he heard some of the natural treasures that he did not even recognize. Looking at the 1,000 fan leaves in his hand, Xiao Yan realized that even though his 1,000 fan leaves were also incomparably precious, it appeared to be insignificant when compared with the materials in the hands of these elite Dodi. In terms of quality, it could at the very most be considered above average. There was still quite a large gap when compared with the truly good things. These fellows may appear to be cautious on the surface, but the treasures in their hands are far from what I can compare with. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily became awed when he thought of this. The foundation of an elite Dodi was indeed not something that a bandit could easily compare with. Thinking about it, just 2 days ago, he was still feeling joyous over the 1,000 fan leaves. Xiao Yan had never imagined that he would actually see such a scene 2 days later. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan's heart seem to understand what it meant by, "There is always someone better than you." Cuckoo, everyone. The old me must say that the treasures in everyone's hands are indeed extremely precious existences in this world. However, everyone should also understand that the value of a rank 4 medicinal pill is not something that can be easily measured by ordinary things. Fang Qian paused for a moment. His gaze slowly swept over the 10+ elite Dodi in the sky. The expression on his old face did not change even a little because of the so-called treasures that the elite Dodi had mentioned. The things that everyone has taken out are indeed extremely precious. If these things were to be brought to the market, they would indeed be priceless existences. However, if everyone hopes to use such things to auction off a rank 4 medicinal pill, isn't that a little too petty? The expressions of the elite Dodi in the sky involuntarily changed when Fang Qian's words sounded. Their faces involuntarily revealed an embarrassed expression. In order to use the smallest price to exchange for this 1/3 chance, all the elite Dodi present were extremely cautious when they bid. Of course, Fang Qian's words had an overstating the truth. Fang. But Cuckoo, you are at the very least a group of Dodi. Yet you are actually so stingy when you bid. You have only taken out this kind of broken thing and you still have the wishful thinking of exchanging it for the extreme transformation pill. Is a rank 4 medicinal pill so worthless in your eyes? All the men present immediately felt a numb feeling being emitted from their bodies the moment the soft voice was emitted. It was as though even their bones had melted under this voice. At the same time, even the pretty faces of those women involuntarily had a bright redness smeared over them. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily stilled when he saw this scene in the private room. He did not expect that this voice was actually able to cause women to reveal such an expression. He hurriedly looked to the side. Immediately, Xiao Yan's eyes involuntarily shrank. His heart involuntarily felt a wave of shock at Jin Yao's tactic. He didn't think that even Murong Qianxian, who was by his side right now, couldn't help but have a faint crimson color appear on her absolutely beautiful face. Even though it was because of the room that the young girl was able to resist a large portion of the strange and bewitching voice, in the end, the young girl was still affected. The expressions on the faces of the many elite Dodi in the sky involuntarily changed when they heard Jin Yao's words. Clearly, they were unable to form the slightest bit of underestimation in their hearts when faced with this extremely beautiful red-dressed woman. Jin Yao, you said that what we have is broken. In that case, what can you take out? You are also a Dodi, but your collection is not very rich. Jin Yao's words, which were filled with disdain, stirred the anger of a yellow-robed old man in the square. Immediately, a heavy cold snort was emitted from the old man's nose after his words sounded. Immediately, an invisible force and pressure surged out from the old man's body, causing the surrounding empty space to tremble. Haha, Dan Lei, don't tell me that you are not aware of what I do? The thing that a businessman does not lack is collecting from all over the place. As the owner of the 1,000 Medicinal House, I do not dare to say that I have collected all the treasures in the world. However, I do have some things that I can take out. They are many times better than the green vine in your hand. Jin Yao smiled. The smile on her pretty face appeared extremely bewitching, causing one to fall head over heels for her. At the same time, it also caused the hairs on the backs of all the elite Dodi present to stand on end. At the same time, no one dared to treat her as an ordinary elite Dodi in their hearts. They were all elite Dodi, but the aura within that old man's body merely surged a little and caused the surrounding empty space to tremble. When one looked at Jin Yao, one might not be able to see anything on the surface, but she had unknowingly caused everyone present to sense a dangerous aura. Just from this point alone, Jin Yao's strength could definitely be considered an extremely top existence even when placed among the 10+ elite Dodi present. After the words from Jin Yao's mouth sounded, she gently waved her hand. Immediately, a silver-white scroll appeared in Jin Yao's hand. The instant this scroll appeared, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. To be able to take out a scroll in this kind of situation, it was needless to say that this scroll was at least a chi method or do skill of the spirit class or above. The muscles on the faces of the group of Dodi involuntarily twitched intensely when they saw the silver-colored scroll in Jin Yao's hand. Even Xiao Yan, who was in the private room at this moment, revealed a shocked expression in his dark black eyes. Thunder Roar Skill, a low spirit class chi method. Lightning Affinity. It is known for its wild and violent attacks. The do chi of those who practice it is even more ferocious and overbearing than other do chis. There is nothing that one cannot overcome when facing an enemy. The expression on Jin Yao's pretty face was calm. The words from her mouth caused the old face of the yellow-robed old man, who had spoken earlier, to instantly turn green. Chapter 541. Spirit Class Chi Method. This is actually a Spirit Class Chi method. On the viewing platform, everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief as their gazes landed on the silver scroll in Jin Yao's jade-like hand. It was difficult to imagine that Jin Yao had actually taken out a Spirit Class Chi method. At this moment, it was not only the people present. Even the group of elite Dodi's eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Jin Yao. At the same time, there was also a deep greed. As elite Dodi, It was not that they could not take out a spirit class chi method. However, a chi method of that class was a chi method that they practiced. Naturally, it was impossible for them to take it out to trade. Yet, Xianxia was actually able to randomly take out a spirit class chi method in front of them. This really caused them to feel shocked at the richness of Xianxia's collection. A scroll of spirit-level cultivation method. If this kind of thing was placed in an ordinary force or some family, it would be a family treasure passed down from generation to generation. Not to mention using it for a trade, it would be impossible to even take it out to take a look. That kind of thing had to be kept in an absolutely safe place. At this moment, Xianxia's seemingly casual action caused everyone present to feel a deep blow. This was especially the case for those elite Do-di. In their hearts, they understood that if this Thunder Roar skill was placed in their hands, it would undoubtedly become the most important thing for their entire clan. It was impossible for them to easily take it out. However, in front of them, Cuckoo, district owner Jean is willing to take out a spirit class low-level chi method to exchange for this aura transformation pill. May I know who else is willing to bid? On the auction stage, the originally brilliant smile on Fang Qian's old face was like a blooming flower. Clearly, he was quite satisfied with the Thunder Roar skill that Xianxia had taken out. A pair of turbid old eyes looked around. After discovering that no one else was bidding, a regretful expression involuntarily flashed across Fang Qian's old face. If there was someone else who was willing to bid and was able to take out an even higher tier spirit class middle-level chi method, it would be a great profit for their Tianyun auction house. Even though there was only a single word difference between a low-grade spiritual skill and a mid-grade spiritual skill, the gap between them was incomparable. After a moment of silence, the shout that Fang Qian wanted to hear didn't come. Now that Xianxia had taken out a spirit-grade cultivation method and no one else wanted to compete with her, it seemed that this was the only way. In the next moment, just as Fang Qian was about to open his mouth, a deep and powerful voice suddenly resounded in the auction house. I'll offer a low-level spirit chi method, as well as a chi method and battle skill that complement the chi method. At the same time these words were emitted, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe, with a pair of silver-white eyes, and a powerful aura all over his body, slowly appeared in front of everyone's sight outside of a private room that had been silent since the beginning. Huh! The expressions on everyone's faces instantly changed after the words from his mouth sounded. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock landed on the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the group of elite Do-di in the sky and Xianxia, whose pretty face currently contained a surprised expression, also threw their gazes onto the middle-aged man. Immediately, the hearts of all the elite Do-di present involuntarily became awed. When the eyes of all the elite Do-di present landed on the middle-aged man, everyone instantly sensed an invisible pressure. That kind of pressure actually caused the Do-chi within the bodies of all the elite Do-di present to involuntarily become sluggish. Intermediate 2-star Do-di. At this moment, the expression on the face of Xiao Yan within the private room that he was in was extremely solemn. The strength of this middle-aged man who had appeared in the auction house at this moment had actually reached the intermediate 2-star Do-di level. This kind of strength was something that no one other than Dong Chuan and Fang Qian in the auction house could compare with. Even Xianxia, who was quite strong, was merely an initial 2-star Do-di. Yet, she still did not have the slightest advantage when facing this fellow. However, the thing that caused everyone present to be shocked at this moment was not the strength of this middle-aged man. Instead, it was the 2 black scrolls that he was currently holding in his hands. The scrolls were ancient in appearance. Some strange symbols were drawn on them in a crooked manner. However, all of this was not the main point. The main point was that this was a set of chi methods. A set was a combination of chi methods and do techniques. This kind of chi method and do technique were rarely seen. Hence, any chi method or do technique that appeared on the market was even more precious than an ordinary chi method of the same class. Low spirit class chi method, black profound skill. Dark affinity chi method. When practicing it, it possesses an extremely strong swallowing strength. It is able to swiftly gather the natural energy. Its training speed is even faster than other chi methods of the same class. At the same time, this chi method also comes with a low spirit class Do technique, Black Profound Palm. This Do technique and the chi method complement each other. When used together, its strongest strength is comparable to a middle spirit class Do technique. The middle-aged man did not have the chance to notice the numerous gazes that were shot over from around him. A pair of silver-white eyes swept over Dong Chuan. A fear flashed deep within his eyes. Only then did he look at Fong Qian. The expressions of everyone present became extremely surprised when they heard these words of the middle-aged man. Jean Yao, on the other hand, knit her brows tightly. She did not expect that this middle-aged man would actually break the silence at this critical moment. "Cuckoo, mister, may I know if you can let the old me take a look at this chi method and Do technique of yours?" Fong Qian's old eyes exchanged glances with Dong Chuan by the side. After which, his face was filled with a smile as he looked at the middle-aged man and asked with a smile. Soon after, Fong Qian appeared to have sensed that his words were somewhat inappropriate. He immediately opened his mouth to explain. "Mister, please don't misunderstand. This is the rule of my auction house. Anything that is too valuable must be inspected by the old me. Of course, the old me will definitely not speak without thinking. I will definitely speak the truth." The middle-aged man could not help but frown slightly when he heard this. Only then did his face reveal a suspicious expression as he looked at Fong Qian. After which, he let out a faint cold snort. At the same time, he threw the 2 scrolls in his hand toward Fong Qian. Fong Qian casually caught the 2 scrolls that flew over. His turbid old eyes immediately looked at the scrolls in his hand. Soon after, Fong Qian slowly closed his old eyes. A thread of spiritual strength flowed into the scrolls with a thought from Fong Qian. After a short moment, Fong Qian finally opened his eyes. At the same time, a golden light flashed within his turbid old eyes. Not bad. What this mister said is indeed true. Chapter 542. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. His expression swiftly became gloomy. While he carefully observed Zhao Xian in front of him, he also pulled Murong Qianqian behind him. "You are the clan head of the Zhao clan?" Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The Do Qi within his body had already circulated to every part of his body. His spiritual strength covered this entire place. Any movement in the world would fall into Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. You are indeed already aware. However, this is also good. It saves this clan head from saying any more nonsense. As for now, you can go and die." Zhao Xian's expression was dark and stern as he laughed ferociously. Soon after, his body suddenly trembled and his body, which was standing in the air, disappeared in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Yan's expression, which was originally filled with a grave expression, also instantly became even more solemn and gloomy. Xiao Yan quietly cursed in his heart. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. His body shook and the Do Qi within his body immediately shot out from the pores on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, it transformed into a turbulent and writhing beautiful flame that swiftly covered Xiao Yan's body and began to burn fiercely. The outside world is rumored to possess a heavenly flame. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. However, so what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? You are ultimately just a mere Ban emperor, a fake emperor. You are merely an ant in front of this emperor. Zhao Xian's cold laughter, which was filled with disdain, sounded in the sky while the heavenly flame rose on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Zhao Xian's thunder-like voice reverberated in all directions, causing an ordinary person to have difficulty determining his exact location. However, with Xiao Yan's current rank 3 alchemist spiritual strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to detect Zhao Xian's location. "Above!" Xiao Yan quietly cried out in his heart. The expression on his face became slightly stern. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was immediately activated. The purple-gold bloodline strength seemed to have come alive as it boiled within the blood vessels within Xiao Yan's body. Even Xiao Yan's heart began to beat even more intensely at this moment. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. A stern cry was suddenly emitted in his heart. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were flickering with a purple-gold light, suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. At the same time, an earth-shaking furious roar was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Mao, Mao, Mao. The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire world around the three of them trembled violently at this moment. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in all directions like waves. As the roar dragged on, in the end, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a bang, transforming into an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness. Xiao Yan's yellow spring divine anger directly attacked the soul, causing the expression of Zhao Xian, who was about to attack, to suddenly harden. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. Clearly, he was caught off guard by Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, at a certain empty space some distance away from Xiao Yan's group, Jin Yao, who was hidden in the empty space, could not help but frown slightly when she heard Xiao Yan's roar. Her pretty face revealed a surprised expression. She did not expect that as a 6-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan was actually able to use such a powerful Do skill. This kind of might was not something that an ordinary 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Even some ordinary 8-star half-emperors were unable to use such a powerful Do skill. This brat, no wonder he was able to survive in the hands of 4 Do D. He really has quite a great ability. Jin Yao was secretly surprised in her heart. On the other side, Zhao Xian's heart was similarly shocked by Xiao Yan's strength. He did not expect that a 6-star half-emperor would actually be able to erupt with a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor could not possess. Although this strength was not enough to harm him, it had already proved the frightening potential that Xiao Yan's body contained. Once he matured in the future, it was likely that even an elite Do D would not be able to do anything to him. At that time, it was likely that the entire western region would have to bow down to him. You're courting death. Zhao Xian could not help but quietly feel a hidden danger in his heart when he thought of this. The best method to deal with this kind of enemy, who had yet to fully mature, was to strangle them in the cradle. The 4 great sects had done this. At this moment, Zhao Xian was even more so. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's body suddenly shook. The Do Qi within his body swiftly spread to his palm. After which, it was violently spat out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous spear in the air. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing might as it ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan's head in an instant. Seeing this, the serious expression on Xiao Yan's face did not decrease in the slightest. He swiftly took half a step back and raised both of his palms to his chest. With a thought, the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was immediately unleashed. The aura within Xiao Yan's body also swiftly rose. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan's strength had already risen from the initial stage of a 6-star half-emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-emperor. He was only a step away from the late stage. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan's expression still appeared incomparably serious. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. If Xiao Yan did not use his full strength when facing an elite Do D, it was likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat. As he sensed the powerful Do Qi within his body, Xiao Yan rotated his left hand and turned it into a palm. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the enormous spear that was swiftly descending from the sky above his head. Soon after, when the enormous spear was about to land, a thumb-sized black spot was agglomerated and formed in Xiao Yan's left palm. Great Heaven Creation Palm. A furious cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, his left palm suddenly shot forward. The sharp sound of rushing wind was emitted when his palm cut through the empty air. It was like the cry of an eagle that swept across the sky. The entire world emitted waves of trembling sounds. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the dark black energy light circle that was emitted from the Great Heaven Creation Palm violently collided with the enormous spear that was heading toward him. The instant the two collided, an extremely frightening invisible strength suddenly swept out from between the two. It was just like a tsunami that wantonly moved in all directions in this vast empty space. In the blink of an eye, The empty space within 10,000 feet of Xiao Yan's body collapsed under this strength. It turned into an endless dark black space. The deep empty space caused one to feel a desolation at a glance, as well as a fear that rose from one's heart. Grug! After a short stalemate, Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body had become weak at this moment. Bang! However, before Xiao Yan could react, Zhao Xian ruthlessly stomped on the tip of the enormous spear. Suddenly, the tyrannical strength of the enormous spear became even more invincible under Zhao Xian's stomp. In just a moment, Xiao Yan's great heaven creation palm was instantly destroyed. After the great heaven creation palm was destroyed, Zhao Xian's body moved. He grabbed the handle of the enormous spear under his feet. The tip of the spear fiercely lifted and pierced directly toward the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt the approaching danger and finally came to his senses. The moment he raised his head, the spear had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. It was only 2 inches away from the space between his eyebrows. Die! With a ferocious roar, Zhao Xian's body shook. The power of the long spear in his hand became even more overbearing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly focused. At the same time, his heart turned pale with fright. At the same time, a thought passed through his mind and he wanted to use the Six Paths tent. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only use the Six Paths tent to avoid the long spear to the greatest extent. However, in the next moment, a cold light shot toward Xiao Yan's eyes. The glaring light caused Xiao Yan to be unable to open his eyes. At the same time, an ice-cold voice, like a golden bell, spread across the sky. A dignified Dodi bullying a bandit. What kind of Dodi are you? What kind of man are you? His heart focused. Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked to the side. The person who had attacked was Jin Yao. Chapter 543. Ah, look at what you're saying. Don't tell me that I can't find you if I have nothing to do? Hearing that, Jin Yao laughed. Her beautiful eyes looked at Murong Qianxian, who was currently hugging Xiao Yan's arm, and the smile on her beautiful face became even wider. When she looked at the latter, she discovered that the young girl in front of her was also staring at her with a pair of exquisite large eyes, with a cautious and vigilant appearance. "Ha, little girl, what's wrong? Are you afraid that sister will snatch your man?" Seeing that, Jin Yao laughed once again, while Murong Qianxian's beautiful face quickly turned crimson red. Xiao Yan was also provoked by Jin Yao's words to the point that he could not help but cough a few times. His pair of eyes fiercely glared at Jin Yao. However, the latter completely ignored it. Instead, she seemed to be even more pleased with herself as she straightened her proud upper body, causing jealousy to involuntarily rise in the heart of the young girl in front of her. At the same time, the 2 lily-white hands that were hugging Xiao Yan's arm also used even more strength, causing Xiao Yan to cry out in pain in his heart. With a low snort, he once again withdrew his gaze. At the same time, he also pulled back the thoughts that had jumped out of his mind. You don't come to the 3 Treasures Temple for no reason. You're not simply looking for me, right? Ha, 3 Treasures Temple? This is the Heavenly Cloud Auction House. Be careful that people don't chase you out if they hear you. Jin Yao covered her mouth and laughed. He helplessly curled his lips. The red-dressed woman in front of him was really more talkative than him. Then let's go. Since there's nothing else, let's go and get the things that I've auctioned. I remember that you've also auctioned a few things. Shall we go together? That's fine too. Perhaps that fellow is still in the auction house. I just happen to want to meet him and see just what kind of saint he is. Jin Yao's pair of bright and beautiful eyes slightly flickered. Under that charm, there was a poisonous snake that caused people to fear. This scene caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily tremble. At the same time, he could not help but secretly rejoice in his heart. Fortunately, the fangs of the beautiful snake in front of him were not released towards him. Quickly following this, the 2 of them casually chatted and laughed for a while. The teasing tone in their words caused Murong Qianxian, who had been silent the entire time, to turn red all the way to her ears. At the same time, Xiao Yan also sensed that his left arm, which was being firmly held by this girl, had a small patch of purple from being violently pinched. With the strength of Xiao Yan's physical body, an ordinary magical beast would have difficulty injuring him. Yet, it had been pinched by a little girl until this extent. Xiao Yan involuntarily sighed bitterly in his heart when he thought about it. Jin Yao, who was standing at the side, naturally saw all of this and understood what was going on. However, in the end, she still smiled slightly. Her red lips revealed a smile that caused people to be infatuated. This caused Xiao Yan to involuntarily curse her in his heart. Every time this woman made an alluring action, no matter what it would cause Murong Xianxian's hands to tighten even more. Xiao Yan could only helplessly suppress it in his heart. Xiao Yan did not doubt that if Jin Yao's strength was not above that of a Dou Di, then she would have long since become the source of disaster for countless men. Perhaps it was because Jin Yao was a Dou Di that she did not cause any disputes among the strong people in the western region. In a short period of time, Xiao Yan, who was being ravaged by Murong Xianxian, finally arrived at the backstage of the auction house with the graceful red-dressed woman in front of him. Here, they would be able to find Feng Qian. At the same time, they would also be able to take back the things they had obtained from the auction. The three of them entered the backstage. What appeared in front of them was a hall that could accommodate 40 to 50 people. The hall appeared a little empty. There were only a few attendants waiting here. It was as if they knew that someone would come. Their faces appeared simple and lonely. From the looks of it, they should have been waiting for a while. The few attendants stood on the spot like statues. Only when Xiao Yan and the other two walked around a few pillars and entered the hall did they turn their gazes toward Xiao Yan and the other two. Immediately, one of the three people's chest rose and fell slightly. It was obvious that he had let out a long breath. The boring wait seemed to have made him a little tired. "Three sirs, are you here to retrieve the auction item?" The attendant's gaze swiftly swept over the three people in front of him. The thing that caused Xiao Yan to be a little surprised was that this attendant's gaze was actually not the slightest bit affected by Jin Yao's bewitching technique. "Yes, I am here to retrieve the green jade fruit." Jin Yao appeared to be used to the indifferent gaze of this attendant in front of her. She gently glanced at him and immediately spoke in a charming voice. When Xiao Yan by the side saw this, he hurriedly opened his mouth and spoke. "I am here to retrieve the Xinyan flower." With regards to the former, this attendant clearly recognized him. Hence, when he opened his mouth, the expression on the attendant's face did not change in the slightest. However, when he heard Xiao Yan open his mouth at this moment, especially when he heard about the Xinyan flower, the expression on the attendant's face finally changed. Today, everyone in the auction house knew that the Xinyan flower that had appeared in the auction house was taken away by a rank 3 alchemist. However, they did not expect that the rank 3 alchemist would actually appear in front of him. Moreover, looking at Xiao Yan's young face at this moment, it appeared that he was even more tender than the rumors said. How old is this brat? He is actually able to become a rank 3 alchemist? At this moment, even with this attendant's temperament, he could not help but be secretly surprised in his heart. Such a young rank 3 alchemist. This could not help but cause him to feel surprised in his heart. At this moment, forget about him, even the other two statue-like attendants behind him, who were standing in their original spots without moving their bodies, could not help but raise their gazes. Their gazes simultaneously shot towards Xiao Yan. Traces of surprise similarly surfaced deep within their indifferent eyes at this moment. "Three sirs, please follow me." After being surprised for a moment, the attendant once again spoke to Xiao Yan and the other two in an indifferent tone. At the same time, he raised his hand and made an inviting gesture towards Xiao Yan and the other two. When the three of them saw this, they exchanged glances with each other. After which, Jin Yao took the lead. Her swaying body was like a standing water snake as she slowly walked towards the depths of the hall, towards a dimly lit passageway. Only then did Xiao Yan and Shui Yan slowly follow behind him. With an additional person accompanying her, Murong Xianxian became a little quieter along the way. After a wave of light footsteps, the light at the end of the passageway in front of the group of four gradually brightened. The attendant also finally stopped at the end of the passageway. However, at this moment, at the end of the passageway, within a world covered by white light, a human figure slowly stepped out at this moment. When they saw that human figure, the originally calm expressions on Xiao Yan's and Jin Yao's faces involuntarily changed slightly at this moment. The person who had arrived was Zhao Xian. Chapter 544. Zhao Xian. Xiao Yan involuntarily muttered softly in his heart when he saw the person who had arrived. He clearly remembered that this fellow's strength was stronger than any of the foreign elite Do Di present. He was a middle-stage 2-star Do Di. Xiao Yan did not have the slightest chance of victory in front of this fellow. Even though he had yet to meet him face to face, he still caused Xiao Yan to feel an unknown chill. Huh! After revealing himself, Zhao Xian also discovered Xiao Yan's group standing in front of him. Immediately, he involuntarily frowned. A soft sound was emitted from the tip of his nose. Soon after, a killing intent suddenly flashed across his silver-white eyes when his gaze saw Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian beside him. Even though that killing intent only flashed and disappeared, it was still instantly discovered by Jin Yao, who was currently observing the latter. Immediately, Jin Yao's body moved. Her lovely body immediately blocked in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian. An indifferent cold snort was emitted from the tip of her nose. A pair of pretty eyes similarly emitted a dense chill. You are Jin Yao, the owner of the 1,000 Medicinal House? Zhao Xian's icy cold gaze slowly shifted away from Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian. Only then did he look at Jin Yao. The expression on his face did not change even a little because of the latter's aura. Who are you? The expression on Jin Yao's face became increasingly icy in the face of Zhao Xian's question. The expression in her pretty eyes was extremely indifferent. At the same time, there was also a deep fear that could not be removed. Although they were both 2-star Do Di, the latter was a middle-stage 2-star Do Di. Although the two of them were only separated by a line, it was like the difference between the sky and the earth. Compared to an elite Bandi, when one reached the level of an elite Do Di, the division of strength was extremely harsh. Even if the two of them were only separated by a line, their strength was definitely distinct. The strong would always be the strong. In this place, there was no difference. The only difference was the difference between clouds and mud. Humph, don't worry. I won't attack you here. This is the Tianyun auction house's territory. Even in the entire western region, no one would dare to attack you. Even I wouldn't dare. But boy, Zhao Xian's words had just sounded when he pointed the tip of his sword. His sharp and icy cold gaze once again looked at Xiao Yan. This dark and cold gaze caused Xiao Yan to feel as though there was a thorn in his back. This caused Xiao Yan's body to involuntarily shiver. Remember this. When you are outside, you will have to pay back your debts sooner or later. Even if you are safe and sound in the Heavenly Clouds auction house today, as long as you dare to leave this place, I guarantee that you will not be able to leave Yen City. Hearing these cold words, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed once again. He really could not understand when he had encountered such an enemy. Just as Xiao Yan was pondering this in his heart, Zhao Xian's body moved. His strong body swiftly rushed past Xiao Yan's side. The wind that he carried when he walked past directly scraped against Xiao Yan's face until it hurt. His footsteps carried the wind and were as swift as thunder. This kind of invisible might was really worthy of an elite Do Di. Xiao Yan quietly exclaimed in his heart. At the same time, he could not help but feel even more curious about Zhao Xian. Xiao Yan was certain that this was the first time that he had met him. Why exactly was this fellow so hostile toward him? This ultimately caused Xiao Yan to feel some doubt in his heart. At this moment, at the end of the tunnel, within another space where white light lingered, a familiar old voice was faintly transmitted over. "Cuckoo, the three people outside, please come in." Hearing this familiar voice, the expression on Xiao Yan's face immediately became much more relaxed. The owner of the voice was the manager of the auction house, Fang Qian. "Old man who won't die. I was wondering who it was. It is actually you again." In response to this, Jin Yao, who was beside Xiao Yan, pursed her red lips slightly. Her face revealed a relaxed expression. Clearly, Zhao Xian's departure had caused the pressure in her heart to be reduced by quite a lot. The three of them exchanged glances with each other. Murong Xianxian had revealed an obedient girl expression from the beginning. The others did not know that at this moment, Xiao Yan's arm, which was being hugged by Murong Xianxian, was already numb and unable to move. After the three of them stepped into the white light, the three of them almost instinctively narrowed their eyes. It was a long while later when the three of them gradually became familiar with the white light. Only then did they slowly open their eyes. What came into view was a stone room. The space of the stone room was neither too big nor too small. It could accommodate nearly 20 people. The walls on three sides were bare without any decorations. They were all as black as ink. However, they faintly emitted a strange light that was difficult to capture. The only piece of furniture in the stone room was a table. It was also a stone table. It was a black stone table with various magical beasts carved on it. It looked extremely valuable. There were 3 chairs placed around the stone table. The three of them sat down in order. Fang Qian was not polite at all. "Cuckoo, this old man has already waited for a long time. I have already prepared the items for the two of you. The only thing missing is the item in your hands." Fang Qian's expression slightly paused when he spoke until this point. However, he did not say anything else. Xiao Yan and Jin Yao understood at a glance. "Here, my lily of the valley ointment." Jin Yao casually took out a jade box. After opening it, a piece of milky white jade-like gypsum appeared in front of the three of them. When he saw the gypsum, the smile on Fang Qian's face became even brighter. He immediately carefully held it in his hand. He gently sniffed it and enjoyed the unique smell of the ointment. After a short while, he nodded with a smile on his face. "Not bad, District Mistress Jean. The items that you take out are all good stuff. Just based on your collection, I am afraid that my auction house cannot even compare to a tenth of what you have." He could not help but flatter her with a smile. Fang Qian also took out a jade box with one hand. After opening it, a green ling-long fruit appeared in front of the four of them. "Green jade fruit. Here, this is also what you wanted. Don't worry, with this old man here, I guarantee that it will be top grade." Fang Qian imitated Jin Yao's tone and laughed. Then he looked at Xiao Yan, who was sitting in front of the two of them, with an even more passionate gaze. Compared to the items that the former had taken out, Fang Qian was more interested in the 1,000-fan leaf that Xiao Yan had taken out. That was a truly priceless item. "Cuckoo mister, what about you? Compared to this old man is more curious about how you managed to obtain this woman's 1,000-fan leaf." When he said this, Fang Qian did not forget to use his gaze to tease Xiao Yan. This caused the latter to reveal an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and shook his head in a non-committal manner. He did not reply. Instead, he flicked his finger and a white light flashed. An emerald green fan the size of a wash basin appeared on the stone table in front of him. "Here, 1,000-fan leaf, 1,000-year-old, and it's so fresh. Its medicinal properties are preserved so well, as if it was picked not long ago." Before the words in Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, Fang Qian quickly opened his mouth and spoke. His words were filled with a rich surprise. Hearing Fang Qian's words, Xiao Yan's serious expression froze slightly. Then, he hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "I naturally have my own way of preserving these medicinal ingredients. It's not surprising that they can be preserved so well." Hearing this, of course, a hint of suspicion flashed across his old eyes, but in the end, he still nodded. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. His eyes revealed a hint of anticipation as he looked at Fang Qian. There was a hint of eagerness in his tone as he said, "I have already taken out my blazing flower. I've already taken out everything. Shouldn't you give me my blazing flower as well? Cuckoo mister, you are very impatient." Fang Qian laughed softly as he teased. Without further ado, he flicked his finger and a jade box appeared on the stone table in front of the few of them. Xiao Yan did not hesitate even a little as he immediately opened it. Immediately, a fiery red glow swiftly shot over the interior of this stone room. Looking at the fiery red flower in the jade box, Xiao Yan's emotions quickly became excited at this moment. Xiao Yan swiftly stored the Xinyan flower, within the jade box. An enormous rock in his heart finally fell to the ground at this moment. The blazing flower is finally in my hands. Chapter 545. Having obtained the Xinyan flower, Xiao Yan could be considered to have temporarily resolved one of the things in his heart. Immediately, his entire mood became much more relaxed. After the Xiao Yan duo and Jin Yao left the auction house together, Xiao Yan discovered that they had unknowingly spent an entire day and night in the auction house. Currently, it was already the 5th day since they had arrived in Yen City. After exiting the auction house, the originally packed crowd outside had already dispersed. Since it was noon, there were still quite a few people on the streets. Upon seeing the Xiao Yan trio slowly walking out from the auction house, especially when everyone's gazes landed on Murong Qianxian, who was beside Xiao Yan, and the enchanting figure of Jin Yao, the gazes of the men on the streets immediately turned fiery hot. Everyone stretched their necks and widened their eyes, continuously scanning the bodies of the two exceptional beauties. Especially Jin Yao's revealing figure, which appeared even fairer under the reflection of the sunlight. Her voluptuous upper body, flat lower abdomen, and a pair of pure white long legs caused the hearts of the men present to heat up. They could not help but wish that they could immediately pounce on her. When they sensed Jin Yao's cold eyes that seemed to want to devour them, their bodies suddenly trembled. The thoughts that had just arisen in their hearts were instantly extinguished. What replaced it was fear that came from the bottom of their hearts. Humph! With an indifferent snort, the expression in Jin Yao's beautiful eyes did not turn for the better. With a move of her delicate body, she stepped into the air and left first. Behind her, Xiao Yan's gaze glanced at Jin Yao's exposed snow-white back. His pair of dark black eyes involuntarily narrowed. He knew that Jin Yao's emotions were not because of these people in front of her. Instead, it was because of Zhao Xian. Earlier in the stone room, Xiao Yan and Jin Yao could not help but ask Fang Qian about some information regarding Zhao Xian. Upon hearing the latter's words, the expression on Jin Yao's pretty face did not turn for the better. Instead, it gradually became even more gloomy. As for Xiao Yan, he originally had some doubts about Zhao Xian in his heart. After Fang Qian's general explanation, he finally understood in his heart. No wonder Zhao Xian's eyes revealed a dense killing intent when he looked at him. This fellow was actually the clan head of the Zhao clan in Sulan City half a month ago. It was likely that he was already aware of what had happened there. Otherwise, he would not look at Xiao Yan in this manner. However, at the same time that he understood all of this, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank. If this was the case, did it not mean that Zhao Xian already knew of his identity? Currently, all the elite Dodi were gathered in Yen City. Once Xiao Yan's identity was discovered by those elite Dodi, he would immediately fall into a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. However, it appeared that Zhao Xian had yet to announce this matter to everyone. In other words, Xiao Yan still had sufficient time to leave this Yen City. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but let out a long sigh. Fortunately, the blazing flame flower had already landed in his hands. There was nothing else in Yen City that was worthy of Xiao Yan's stay. Let's go. There is no need to return to that place. Let's leave as soon as possible. After speaking these words in an indifferent manner, Xiao Yan pulled Murong Qianxian with one hand. The latter also nodded her head and obediently followed behind like a little wife. Immediately, Xiao Yan's toes gently pressed on the ground. As a circular invisible ripple spread out, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian's bodies also stepped into the air. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately flew towards the western side of Yen City. After the two of them left Yen City, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared on the rooftop of a certain building. His silver-white eyes were filled with indifference as he stared in the direction that Xiao Yan had left. Under his sleeves, his fair hands slowly clenched as the corners of his mouth curled into a bone-chilling sneer. After a few short breaths, the middle-aged man's figure once again slowly disappeared from the rooftop. At the same time, high in the sky, within the clouds, Jin Yao's pretty face, which was wrapped in a red dress, revealed a cold smile. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. This essence transformation pill will definitely be mine. As she softly muttered from her mouth, Jin Yao's delicate body moved as she swiftly flew towards the western side of the city. Based on the Xiao-Yen duo's speed, in less than an hour, they had already traveled nearly 10,000 miles. At this moment, when the two of them turned their heads to look behind them, Yen City had long since disappeared from their sight. As the two of them increasingly neared the Sand River, the surrounding environment gradually changed. The originally green forest below them now looked like a patch of yellow and orange gold, as if it was the golden season of autumn. The emerald-like grass on the ground gradually disappeared, and in its place was a patch of reddish-yellow sand. A formidable wind swiftly swept past Xiao Yan's ears like an arrow, bringing with it the sound of breaking wind that reverberated endlessly between heaven and earth. When the two of them rushed through the empty air, an invisible force and pressure formed a deep gully in the sky above the crimson-yellow sea of trees below. After Xiao Yan and Shui Yan left, the mountain forest slowly returned to its calm state. Only then were those gullies filled up. Until a certain moment, the bodies of the two people who were flying at high speed suddenly stopped in midair. A curious look appeared on Murong Qianxian's pretty face as she looked around. After which, she looked towards Xiao Yan and could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong here? I'm afraid we've been ambushed." Xiao Yan's gaze looked all around him. Both of his eyes narrowed. A vast and mighty spiritual strength spread out from between his brows to its limit. The expression on his face had also become solemn. Under the cover of Xiao Yan's spiritual force, the entire surrounding area was reflected in his eyes. He could sense that there were a few extremely obscure auras present in this area. These auras were the reason why Xiao Yan had stopped in his tracks. To be able to cause Xiao Yan, who was a rank 3 alchemist, to be unable to pinpoint the exact location, the source of those auras was most likely extraordinary. Immediately after, Xiao Yan, who was standing in midair, suddenly turned around. He had already clearly sensed that there was an extremely vigorous and overbearing aura behind him that was rapidly flying towards Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian. "Zhao Xian, this guy actually followed us in secret. No, this fellow should have guessed that we would go in this direction, so he had already set up an ambush here. He knows how powerful a rank 3 alchemist's spiritual force is. Just by following us, it's impossible." Just as Murong Qianxian's words fell, Xiao Yan immediately shook his head and spoke with a grave tone. "Ha! Xiao Yan, you didn't expect it right. Even if you were careful along the way, you would still be stopped by me here." The loud laughter contained a crazy killing intent. In the next instant, Zhao Xian's figure had already appeared 100 feet away from Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian. A pair of silver-white eyes were suffused with bits of red light. As Zhao Xian breathed in and out, the aura within his body churned, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Chapter 546. Xiao Yan's eyes revealed a grave expression as he stared at the middle-aged man in front of him. His expression swiftly became gloomy. While he carefully observed Zhao Xian in front of him, he also pulled Murong Qianxian behind him. "You are the clan head of the Zhao clan?" Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. The dou qi within his body had already circulated to every part of his body. His spiritual strength covered this entire place. Any movement in the world would fall into Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment. You indeed already know. However, this is also good. It saves this clan head from saying any more nonsense. As for now, you can go and die." Zhao Xian's expression was dark and stern as he let out a ferocious laugh. Soon after, his body suddenly trembled and his body, which was standing in the air, instantly disappeared. At the same time, Xiao Yan's face, which was originally filled with a grave expression, also instantly became even more solemn and gloomy. Xiao Yan quietly cursed in his heart. He did not dare to be careless in his heart. His body shook and the dou qi within his body immediately shot out from the pores on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. Soon after, it transformed into a turbulent and writhing beautiful flame that swiftly covered Xiao Yan's body and began to burn fiercely. The outside world is rumored to possess a heavenly flame. Seeing it today, it is indeed so. However, so what if you have a heavenly flame protecting your body? You are ultimately just a mere ban emperor, a fake emperor. You are merely an ant in front of this emperor. At the same time that the heavenly flame rose on the surface of Xiao Yan's body, Zhao Xian's cold laughter that was filled with disdain also sounded. Zhao Xian's thunder-like voice reverberated in all directions, causing an ordinary person to have difficulty determining his exact location. However, with Xiao Yan's current rank 3 alchemist spiritual strength, it was naturally not difficult for him to investigate Zhao Xian's location. Above! Xiao Yan quietly cried out in his heart. The expression on his face became slightly stern. Immediately, a thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was immediately activated. The purple-gold bloodline strength appeared to have come alive as it circulated within the blood vessels within Xiao Yan's body. Even Xiao Yan's heart began to beat even more intensely at this moment. Yellow Spring Divine Anger. A stern cry suddenly sounded in his heart. Xiao Yan, whose eyes were flickering with a purple-gold light, suddenly raised his head and opened his mouth. At the same time, an earth-shaking roar was suddenly emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. Mao, Mao, Mao. The roar was like thunder, shaking the heavens and the earth. The entire world around the three of them trembled violently at this moment. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in all directions like waves. As the roar dragged on, in the end, it could not hold on any longer and collapsed with a bang, transforming into an endless expanse of pitch-black darkness. Xiao Yan's yellow spring divine anger directly attacked the soul, causing the expression of Zhao Xian, who was about to attack, to suddenly harden. His nose involuntarily emitted a muffled groan. Clearly, he was caught off guard by Xiao Yan's attack. At the same time, at a certain empty space some distance away from Xiao Yan's group, Jin Yao, who was hidden in the empty space, could not help but frown slightly when she heard Xiao Yan's roar. Her pretty face revealed a surprised expression. She did not expect that as a 6-star half-emperor, Xiao Yan was actually able to use such a powerful Do skill. This kind of might was not something that an ordinary 6-star half-emperor could compare with. Even some ordinary 8-star half-emperors were unable to use such a powerful Do skill. This brat, no wonder he was able to survive in the hands of 4 Do D. He really has quite a great ability. Jin Yao was secretly surprised in her heart. On the other side, Zhao Xian's heart was similarly shocked by Xiao Yan's strength. He did not expect that a 6-star half-emperor would actually be able to erupt with a frightening strength that even an 8-star half-emperor could not possess. Although this strength was not enough to injure him, it had already proved the frightening potential that Xiao Yan's body contained. Once he matured in the future, it was likely that even an elite Do D would be unable to do anything to him. At that time, it was likely that the entire western region would have to bow down to him. You're courting death. Zhao Xian could not help but quietly feel a hidden danger in his heart when he thought of this. The best method to deal with this kind of enemy, who had yet to fully mature, was to strangle them in the cradle. The 4 great sects had done this. At this moment, Zhao Xian was even more so. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's body suddenly shook. The Do Qi within his body swiftly spread to his palm. After which, it was violently spat out and swiftly agglomerated into an enormous spear in the air. It carried an incomparably sharp overbearing might as it ruthlessly shot toward Xiao Yan's head in an instant. Seeing this, the serious expression on Xiao Yan's face did not decrease in the slightest. He swiftly took half a step back and raised both of his palms to his chest. With a thought, the Skyfire 3 mysterious change was immediately unleashed. The aura within Xiao Yan's body also swiftly rose. Within a short couple of breaths, Xiao Yan's strength had already risen from the initial stage of a 6-star half-emperor to the middle stage of a 6-star half-emperor. He was only a step away from the late stage. After unleashing the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Yan's expression still appeared incomparably serious. His heart did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Faced with an elite Do D, if Xiao Yan did not use his full strength, it was likely that he would suffer a crushing defeat. As he sensed the powerful Do Qi within his body, Xiao Yan rotated his left hand and turned it into a palm. A pair of dark black eyes stared intently at the enormous spear that was swiftly descending from the sky above his head. Soon after, when the enormous spear descended, a thumb-sized black spot was agglomerated and formed in Xiao Yan's left palm. Great Heaven Creation Palm. A furious cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, his left palm suddenly shot forward. The sharp sound of rushing wind was emitted when his palm cut through the empty air. It was like an eagle's cry that swept across the sky. The entire world emitted waves of trembling sounds. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shaking loud sound, the dark black energy light circle that was emitted from the Great Heaven Creation Palm violently collided with the enormous spear that was heading toward him. The moment the two collided, an extremely frightening invisible strength suddenly swept out from between the two. It was just like a tsunami that wantonly moved in all directions in this vast empty space. In the blink of an eye, the empty space within a 10,000-foot radius of Xiao Yan collapsed because of this strength. It turned into an endless dark black empty space. The deep empty space caused one to feel a desolation when looking at it. It also caused one to feel a fear that originated from one's heart. Grug! After a short stalemate, Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned pale. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat. Soon after, he involuntarily spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body had become weak at this moment. Bang! However, before Xiao Yan could react, Zhao Xian ruthlessly stomped on the tip of the enormous spear. Suddenly, the tyrannical strength of the enormous spear became even more indestructible under Zhao Xian's stomp. In just a moment, Xiao Yan's Great Heaven Creation Palm was instantly destroyed. After the Great Heaven Creation Palm was destroyed, Zhao Xian moved his body and grabbed the handle of the enormous spear under his feet. The tip of the spear fiercely raised and pierced directly toward the space between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt the approaching danger and finally came to his senses. The moment he raised his head, the spear had already arrived above Xiao Yan's head. It was only 2 inches away from the space between his eyebrows. Die! With a ferocious roar, Zhao Xian's body shook. The power of the long spear in his hand became even more overbearing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly focused. At the same time, his heart turned pale with fright. A thought passed through his mind and he wanted to use the Six Paths tent. At this moment, Xiao Yan could only use the Six Paths tent to avoid the long spear to the greatest extent. However, a cold glint shot over in front of Xiao Yan's eyes at the next moment. The glaring light caused Xiao Yan to be unable to open his eyes. At the same time, however, an icy cold voice spread over the sky. A dignified Dodi bullying a bandee. What kind of Dodi are you? What kind of man are you? His heart focused. Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked to the side. The person who had attacked was Jin Yao. Chapter 547. Clang! Her snow-white longsword trembled gently after her words sounded. After a clear sound, it bounced the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand away. A huge force was transmitted and the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand was immediately flung away. While his feet flew backwards, the long spear also turned into specks of light and disappeared into thin air. Humph! Seeing this, Jin Yao smiled charmingly. She immediately turned her head slightly and looked at the stunned Xiao Yan by the side. Why are you here? Seeing Jin Yao's enchanting smile, Xiao Yan's tightly knitted eyebrows relaxed slightly. At the same time, he doubtfully asked Jin Yao. Why? Only you are allowed to appear here and I am not? Jin Yao pursed her lips into a smile that was extremely enchanting. Hearing this, Xiao Yan curled his lips and rolled his eyes at the latter. Xiao Yan naturally did not believe the latter's words. Don't tell me you have also followed me here? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily tightened. However, he had a joking expression on his face as the dou qi in his body secretly circulated. His heart was a little nervous. Would you believe me if I said yes? Looking at Xiao Yan with a bewitching smile, Jin Yao casually withdrew her longsword and said with a smile. Seeing the latter's appearance, Xiao Yan sighed in relief in his heart. Even though he had not interacted with the latter for long, Xiao Yan could roughly guess this woman's character. Since she had revealed such an appearance, it was likely that she would not be in any danger. I had long guessed that this fellow would definitely not let you off so easily. Being able to know your identity without revealing it to the public means that he covets something on your body. In order to obtain it, he will definitely not allow you to reveal your identity within Yen City. He will definitely know that you have left Yen City. Therefore, on one hand, it is for my 1,000-fan tree, and on the other, it is also for the apotheosis pill. Jin Yao chuckled as she guessed the reason why Zhao Xian didn't expose Xiao Yan's identity. Hearing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a sense of fear for the woman in front of him. As a woman, not only did she possess a frightening strength, but even her thoughts were something that an ordinary person could not compare with. It was likely that her future was not something that the Do D class could block. Woman, even if you can guess these things, what can you do? Just you alone, how can you be this emperor's match? On the other side, Zhao Xian had also heard Jin Yao's words. At the same time, he was shocked in his heart. At the same time, anger involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. If this woman had not suddenly appeared earlier, Xiao Yan would have long since become a dead soul under his spear. All the treasures in his hands, including the heavenly flame, would have belonged to him. However, this woman was currently destroying his plans. How could this not cause anger to form in his heart? Asterisk. Cuckoo, who said that I am alone? Aren't you looking down on me a little too much? Xiao Yan involuntarily coughed a couple of times. He violently wiped off the traces of blood on his lips. At the same time, he waved his large hand and the pitch-black, thick heavy Xian ruler landed in his hand. Earlier, in order to prevent others from discovering his identity, the heavy Xian ruler had always been placed in his storage ring. Since he had already been recognized at this moment, Xiao Yan naturally did not have any more misgivings. When the enormous ruler landed in his hand, a chi-chi sound of rushing wind was emitted, giving people an incomparably heavy feeling. Brat, with just you? Seeing Xiao Yan take out the heavy Xian ruler, Zhao Xian coldly laughed. However, his voice had just sounded when Murong Qianxian on the other side suddenly spoke at this moment. Me too. Seeing this, the expression on Xiao Yan's face involuntarily changed slightly. However, before he could speak, Zhao Xian parted his mouth and smiled. His smile was dense and filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent, causing people who saw it to feel a chill on their backs. All right, since all of you don't know what death is, then all of you can come at me together. Today, this D will tell all of you what is called absolute strength. At the same time as the cold laughter sounded, Zhao Xian's large hand suddenly clenched. A completely snow-white long spear landed in his hand. This time around, it was a genuine long spear and not the energy long spear that was agglomerated from Do Qi. In comparison, when this long spear was used, regardless of whether it was its strength or other aspects, it was not something that a weapon that was agglomerated from Do Qi could compare with. With this long spear in hand, Zhao Xian's strength had increased quite a lot out of nowhere. Jin Yao's pretty eyes glanced at Murong Qianxian. She did not pay too much attention to the latter. Instead, she turned her gaze toward Xiao Yan. Currently, Xiao Yan was her financial backer. In comparison, Murong Qianxian was really nothing. Are you sure you can do it? This fellow is a Do D. You can't even block one of his attacks. Are you really confident? Jin Yao frowned slightly. Her face was a little worried as she asked Xiao Yan. Relax. If I didn't have the confidence, I would not have stood up and tried to be brave. Moreover, with a beautiful Do D like you around, there is no need for me to be afraid of him. This laughter caused the atmosphere between the two of them to become much more relaxed. Seeing this scene, Murong Qianxian quietly frowned in her heart. She even felt some hatred. Why was she not this Jin Yao in front of her? Why was she not an elite Do D? However, it was useless to think about all this now. Seeing that the three of them did not attack and were instead flirting with each other, this caused Zhao Xian's heart to become even more furious. He waved the long spear in his hand and it emitted a hoo-hoo sound of rushing wind. The body of the spear immediately shook and a silver-white lightning-like Do Qi surged out from within Zhao Xian's body. It swiftly covered the body of the spear. His body moved and he took the lead to charge toward Xiao Yan's group. The sharp tip of the spear pierced through the empty air, carrying an ear-piercing sound of rushing wind. With the support of the Do Qi, it was like a comet flying through the sky as it violently charged toward Xiao Yan's group. Meteor spear! Following the earth-shaking stern cry from Zhao Xian's mouth, he held the long spear in his hand and arrived in front of Xiao Yan's group in the blink of an eye. He swung the tip of the spear, leaving behind a countless number of afterimages in the empty air as they violently pierced toward Xiao Yan. "Allow me!" The smile on Jin Yao's pretty face instantly disappeared when she saw this scene. Her lovely body moved and she stepped in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, she twisted her wrist and the long sword in her hand met the long spear that was attacking in front of her. Thousand Sails Shadowless Sword. With a lovely cry, the long sword in Jin Yao's hand was immediately swung. The lithe sword trembled gently in the empty air. In the blink of an eye, the empty space in front of Jin Yao was filled with a countless number of sword images. A thought passed through her mind and those sword images appeared to be substance-like as they met the long spear that was coming toward her. Clang, clang, clang. The clear sounds of collisions repeatedly sounded like golden bells. Finally, the countless number of spear images were broken. Zhao Xian's first attack could be considered to have been temporarily blocked by Jin Yao. However, at this moment, Jin Yao's face did not show the slightest sign of relaxing. Being a 2-star Do Di, Zhao Xian's tactics were naturally not limited to this. When he truly attacked, it was likely that even she would not be a match for him. Chapter 548. Clang, clang, clang. The intense battle in the sky had unknowingly continued for a long time. During this period of time, neither Xiao Yan nor Zhao Xian had displayed their true strength. At this moment, Zhao Xian appeared to be the biggest player in the arena. If he did not attack, no one would dare to easily reveal their trump cards. The battle in front of them appeared to be a show for him alone. Although each move and each style appeared brainless, no one dared to underestimate them. After a couple of collisions, the combined attacks of Xiao Yan and Jin Yao were all easily received by Zhao Xian. The long spear in his hand also caused Xiao Yan and Jin Yao to be at a disadvantage. Clang. The snow-white long spear once again violently collided with the dark black, thick heavy Xian ruler. Under the frightening weight of the heavy ruler, the long spear was pressed into an extremely dangerous arc in the blink of an eye. It seemed that as long as one used a little more strength, it would break into two with a ka-cha sound. Surprise involuntarily flashed across Zhao Xian's eyes as he sensed the frightening strength that was transmitted from the heavy ruler. It was unexpected that Xiao Yan, whose body appeared so frail, actually possessed such a strong physical body. Pumph! With a cold snort, Zhao Xian's hand, which was holding the spear shaft, suddenly shook. Surging Do Qi immediately swarmed out of his palm and merged into the snow-white long spear in his hand. Immediately, the long spear emitted a wave of bright and dazzling white light. The wrist of the hand that was holding the spear shaft shook violently. The entire body of the spear suddenly bent at this moment. The body of the spear, which was made from special mysterious steel, was like a white snake as it swelled into an arc that was difficult to imagine. Immediately, the long spear was swung violently. Soon after, it violently smashed onto the wide body of the heavy Xian ruler. Clang! Zhao Xian attacked once again before the first attack landed. This caught Xiao Yan a little off guard. At the same time that the huge ruler in his hand was sent flying back due to the heavy blow, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the heavy ruler, swiftly felt a numbness. While the ruler's body trembled intensely, traces of blood also flowed out from Xiao Yan's hand. Xiao Yan's heart trembled slightly. The movement of his hand did not pause even a little. He once again lifted the heavy ruler in his hand as he stepped back. A thought passed through his heart and a puff sound immediately rose from the ruler's body. Xiao Yan waved his arm and a rainbow-like flame was formed in the empty air. At the same time, a ruler glow that possessed an extremely strong might violently swept out from the tip of the ruler. It soared in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 1,000-feet-tall fire wave that violently struck towards Zhao Xian. Flame-devouring wave. On the other side, Jinyao once again waved the long sword in her hand at the same time as the earth-shaking cry was emitted. The sword trembled and became just like a water snake that cut through the empty air and pierced toward Zhao Xian. Insignificant skill. Zhao Xian laughed coldly when he saw this. The long spear in his hand was lifted upward. The tip of the spear danced and a silver-white dou qi swiftly agglomerated in front of Zhao Xian. A wave of wave-like crashing sound was vaguely emitted. Spear raises 1,000 heavy waves. As the cry sounded, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand was once again lifted. Dou qi poured out and transformed into an even more frightening 10,000 feet wave that violently struck toward Xiao Yan and Jinyao. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly solidified as the wave agglomerated. An elite Dou Di was indeed this frightening. Just the might of this attack was many times stronger than his flame-devouring wave. Falling flower becomes shadow, killing sword. Soon after, a soft and pleasant lovely cry was transmitted from the sky above Xiao Yan's head just as his expression changed. At the same time, a powerful aura that was not much inferior to Zhao Xian's was transmitted over. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The empty air began to ripple like water. Circular, invisible ripples gradually spread around Jinyao's body. The long sword in Jinyao's hand was pointed and the sharp tip of the sword was pointed at Zhao Xian. Dou qi scattered and swiftly agglomerated into countless bright red flower petals in front of Jinyao. The flower petals moved with the wind in the sky, appearing like dancers dancing in the sky. They were light and agile. Adding on their swaying body, it really caused one's heart to feel hot blood. However, at this moment, Zhao Xian did not have the time to bother about such a beautiful scene. Compared to Jinyao's beauty, he clearly understood in his heart that this flower vase-like woman possessed an extremely frightening strength. Her strength was something that no one in the entire western region dared to underestimate. The rain of flowers that filled the sky was like a fiery meteor that drifted down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, there were tens of thousands of red glows. Even the entire sky was dyed a fiery red color. There seemed to be a sword hum that resounded through the sky. The invisible space emitted waves of trembling sounds. Under this strength, even this part of the world was afraid. The sea of flowers fell and the spear shadows rotated. At this moment, Xiao Yan's flame-devouring wave appeared a little weak. Compared to the former, it was more like a child facing two adults. Bang! The moment they came into contact, Xiao Yan's flame-devouring wave was instantly buried by the wave-like spear shadows. With the ruler technique broken, Xiao Yan's originally somewhat pale face appeared to have completely lost all blood. A muffled groan was emitted from his throat and he once again spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His pair of dark black eyes were currently filled with shock. A Dou Di was indeed extremely strong. The Dou technique that he used actually caused Xiao Yan to be unable to retaliate. This kind of overwhelming battle situation could be said to be the first time in Xiao Yan's history that he had encountered such a situation. Soon after, however, the countless falling petals had already violently collided with the white-colored wave that still had an imposing aura. The bright contrast of the two colors in the sky caused the battle situation to be even more clear at a glance. At a glance, countless sword glows shot out from the countless number of flower petals the instant they fell. The sharp sword hum was like the roar of a magic beast, causing one's eardrums to feel a piercing pain. Although the sword glows that were shot out from these flower petals were extremely aggressive, those dense spear shadows were even more overbearing. Wherever those spear shadows passed, the empty space would be forcefully torn apart and form a dark black spatial crack line. The entire sky was in a state where it was repeatedly falling apart. The moment the two collided, the countless number of spear shadows were like hungry tigers pouncing on their prey as they tore apart the flower petals that permeated the sky. The sharp sword glows were violently shattered by the spear shadows the moment they collided. Seeing this scene, the expression on Jinyao's pretty face could not help but change slightly. However, before she could do anything, Zhao Xian suddenly let out a stern laugh. "Ha ha, I have already given all of you a chance earlier. Since all of you do not know how to cherish it, this venerable self shall not play with all of you." With a stern laugh, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly swung violently. The shocking wave that was agglomerated from countless number of spear shadows also began to twist intensely. A crack line was slowly formed in the middle of the wave. Countless number of spear shadows swiftly agglomerated. A white light shot out and agglomerated into a blurry human figure wearing armor in the air above the crack line. I will let all of you experience what a true human class Do technique is. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression suddenly solidified. His heart involuntarily felt a dense shock because of this. This is Do Technique Spirit Transformation. Chapter 549. The solemn expression on Xiao Yan's pale face became even denser when he heard the disdain contained within the laughter. He focused his eyes and looked over. The somewhat miserable-looking Zhao Xian had also appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian at this moment. Looking at Zhao Xian's somewhat wretched appearance, it was likely that he had gone through an extremely difficult and intense battle not long ago. Murong Qianxian's pretty face, who was behind Xiao Yan, immediately revealed a fearful expression when she saw Zhao Xian. Soon after, her entire pretty face turned pale. After witnessing Zhao Xian's strength, the current young lady did not dare to face Zhao Xian with an ordinary heart. She did not even dare to think about the bold and visionary words that she had uttered to face him as an enemy not long ago. A dignified elite Dodi was not someone that a mere bandit like her could easily contend with. Murong Qianxian involuntarily raised her pretty eyes when she thought of this. She looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing in front of her. Although everyone thought that a bandit was inferior to a Dodi, it seemed that this Xiao Yan in front of her was an exception. It should be known that being able to use the strength of a 6-star bandit to cause the expression of an elite Dodi to change. It was likely that there would not be a second person in the entire continent other than Xiao Yan who could do such a thing. Where is Jin Yao? Compared to the thoughts of the young lady behind him, Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Zhao Xian and asked in a dense tone. Being able to catch up to them within such a short period of time had greatly exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Jin Yao was an elite Dodi and possessed extraordinary strength. Since they were both Dodi, Zhao Xian should not have been able to shake her off so quickly unless something had happened to Jin Yao. Xiao Yan, you can't even protect yourself, but you still have the time to care about that woman. Instead of worrying about others, I think you should worry more about yourself. Zhao Xian laughed mockingly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His body immediately shook and his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The Do Qi in his body poured out and his body immediately turned into a white light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan with a thunderous momentum. His large hand suddenly clenched tightly in the air. Immediately, the snow-white long spear once again landed in his hand. The snow-white long spear violently rotated twice in Zhao Xian's hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind seemed to have torn the empty space apart. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly pierced forward. The incomparably sharp tip of the spear easily penetrated the empty space. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Die! An extremely dark and cold voice was emitted. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward the spot between Xiao Yan's brows. Zhao Xian's ghost-like agility caused Xiao Yan's heart to be suddenly startled. The instant the former had taken out the long spear in his hand, Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao energy that had gathered within his body. The instant the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward Xiao Yan's head, a dark black curtain swiftly agglomerated in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan had once again agglomerated this dark black curtain, Zhao Xian's heart involuntarily moved. At the same time that the expression on his face changed, the might of the long spear in his hand also became even more frightening. He had already seen how frightening this curtain was earlier. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed when using this damn thing caused his heart to be greatly shocked. If Xiao Yan used his full strength, it was likely that his speed would be comparable to some people who had just broken through to the Dodi class. This was already sufficient to show how extraordinary Xiao Yan's 6 paths tent was. It was not an exaggeration to use the word heaven-defying to describe it. Of course, Speaking of which great Tao in this world was not an existence that could be said to be heaven-defying. Moreover, this was the great Tao of void, which could be ranked at the top of all the great Taos. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to activate the great Tao's strength, the moment Xiao Yan's body entered the Six Paths tent, the tip of the spear that came piercing through the void left behind a shocking bloody scar between Xiao Yan's brows. Even with Xiao Yan's character, his entire body was instantly filled with cold sweat at this instant. Xiao Yan could even clearly sense that he had already sensed a dense aura of death when the tip of the spear approached him. He did not doubt that if he had been a little later, that spotless snow-white long spear would have instantly penetrated his head. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. His heart was filled with cold sweat. The appearance of this scene also caused Murong Xianxia, who was completely worried about Xiao Yan, to instantly raise her heart to her throat. Her pair of beautiful eyes immediately turned completely red. Only when she saw the long spear ruthlessly piercing through the empty space did the young lady's suspended heart suddenly relax. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also tumbled out from the empty space in the distance. The expression on his face appeared incomparably grave. Numerous bloody scars covered his forehead, dripping with fresh blood. One could even faintly see the dense white bones under them. Other than the one between his eyebrows, the rest of these scars were all caused by the astral wind that accompanied the tip of the spear. If it was not for the bloody scar that was caused by the tip of the spear, the rest of the astral wind would naturally not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan. It was also because of this scar that the current Xiao Yan seemed to be able to drag on for a long time. As long as Xiao Yan's 6 tents were completely exhausted, at that time, Xiao Yan would be a fish on the chopping board to Zhao Xian. Fortunately, he had dodged Zhao Xian's attack. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face did not lessen the slightest bit because of this. To Xiao Yan, his own safety was nothing. However, he was currently traveling together with Murong Xianxian. Once he fell, Zhao Xian would definitely not let Murong Xianxian off. This was not an outcome that Xiao Yan was willing to see. However, without waiting for Xiao Yan to think too much, Zhao Xian hatefully let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved the long spear in his hand and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. Humph! Xiao Yan, this sovereign wants to see how many times you can dodge. At the same time that his voice fell, Zhao Xian had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan once again. He waved his long spear and fiercely swept it toward Xiao Yan's head. The whistling sound of breaking wind continuously resounded in Xiao Yan's ears. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly became grim. A pair of pitch-black eyes flickered with a cold light. At the same time, his footsteps changed, and his body quickly dodged to the side. The palm under his sleeve suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Immediately, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch in Xiao Yan's hand. Chapter 550. Heart-Shattering Palm, an E-Class Do Technique. It was many times stronger than Zhao Xian's high human class Do technique. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan's current cultivation was only that of a 6-star band D. Otherwise, if he was able to display the full strength of this heart-shattering palm, forget about a 2-star Do D, it was likely that even the leaders of the 4 large sects would not be able to endure it. However, due to the limitation of Xiao Yan's strength, the heart-shattering palm that Xiao Yan used all his strength to unleash did not possess even 1% of its true strength. Bang! Following the intense explosion of a cannon, a wave of fierce and overbearing invisible strength immediately swept apart at the point where Xiao Yan collided with the Do technique. It turned into a frightening energy storm that swept away everything in this place in the blink of an eye. Seeing Xiao Yan's sudden appearance, Zhao Xian's and Jin Yao's expressions instantly changed. They felt a shock in their hearts. Soon after, however, the expression on Zhao Xian's face once again turned into a disdainful cold smile. He was merely a 6-star band D. Even if his strength was extraordinary, a band D was ultimately only a band D. In the eyes of a Do D, it would never be possible for him to erupt with a strength that could match them. Hence, Xiao Yan's action, which was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree, attracted a wave of ridicule from Zhao Xian's mouth. Humph humph, Xiao Yan, do you really think that you can contend with a Do D? Those 4 great sect leaders may hold back against you, but I will not. The long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly shook after his voice sounded. The long spear swept horizontally and the aura of the 1,000-layered waves suddenly soared. A glaring Do-Chi wave was quickly absorbed into it. With a bang, it sent Xiao Yan and Jin Yao flying. Woman, I originally did not intend to be enemies with you. However, since you insist on seeking death, you cannot blame this venerable self for ruthlessly destroying a flower. After easily forcing back Xiao Yan and Jin Yao, the smile on Zhao Xian's face became even more ferocious as he pointed his spear at Jin Yao. To Zhao Xian, the only person present who could pose a threat to him was Jin Yao. As long as he could finish her off, Xiao Yan would naturally become a turtle in a jar and would undoubtedly die. Whoosh! At the same time the Do technique dissipated, Zhao Xian's body flashed. Like a bolt of lightning, he cut through the empty space. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Jin Yao. The snow-white long spear in his hand was pulled back in front of him. Both of his hands tightly gripped the handle of the spear and exerted force in his arms. The long spear pierced through the empty space, carrying a bloodthirsty cold glow as it pierced towards Jin Yao's heart. Explode! However, at this moment, an icy cold low cry was suddenly emitted from the sky. At the same time, the expression on Zhao Xian's face abruptly changed drastically. After this low cry was emitted, an unknown strength suddenly erupted from within Zhao Xian's chest and heart. It was just like a bomb that had been buried long ago had suddenly exploded at this moment. The turbulent strength suddenly surged out from within Zhao Xian's body. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xian's chest appeared to have been filled with air as it swelled wildly. The heart within it was pressured by this sudden strength until it was about to explode. Bastard! What is going on? While feeling greatly shocked in his heart, the attack in Zhao Xian's hand was also forced back. Zhao Xian's body retreated explosively as if it was a conditioned reflex. At the same time, waves of surging Do-Chi crazily flowed through each of his Chi paths like a rushing river. Before the energy in his heart was about to explode, it swiftly covered it and swiftly suppressed it with an even crazier speed. Within these short couple of breaths, Zhao Xian's forehead was already covered with dense perspiration. The unexpected change in his body caused even him, a 2-star Do-Di, to feel a shock in his heart. If it was a Ban-Di in his place, it would definitely be impossible for him to have the opportunity to suppress that strength. The wild and violent degree of that strength had already exceeded the level of a Ban-Di. Even an ordinary elite Do-Di would not be able to suppress it within such a short period of time. Even the current Zhao Xian involuntarily felt a lingering fear in his heart despite the unexpected change in his body being gradually suppressed. Cuckoo, looks like a mayfly like me is not unable to shake a towering tree like you. At this moment, the pale-faced Xiao Yan on the other side with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth rose and fell as he once again stood up. The corner of his mouth parted, revealing a mouthful of bloody teeth. The bright red color caused this smile to contain an additional ruthlessness. Adding this to Xiao Yan's clear dark black eyes, one would involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart upon seeing them. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Zhao Xian, whose heart was filled with shock, and Jin Yao, who had managed to avoid a calamity, shot their gazes toward Xiao Yan at this moment. Immediately, the expression in their eyes changed once again. Jin Yao's eyes, which were originally filled with surprise, had completely turned into shock at this moment. She did not expect that the Xiao Yan in front of her would actually be able to cause Zhao Xian to reveal such a terrified expression. This fellow, just what did he do? Jin Yao quietly thought in her heart. She felt even more curious about this ordinary black-robed, young man in front of her. By being able to cause the 4 large sects to covet him and act without fear within their territories, this Xiao Yan in front of her was definitely not an ordinary person. It's that Do's skill from earlier. Hearing the words from Xiao Yan's mouth, Zhao Xian had become much calmer at this moment. He did not believe that Xiao Yan, a 6-star Ban-Di, would be able to injure him with just a sentence. The unexpected change earlier was likely caused by the Do skill that Xiao Yan had displayed earlier. Cuckoo, looks like a dignified elite Do-Di is not some fool. Xiao Yan coldly laughed. Jin Yao by the side involuntarily knit her brows. She quietly muttered in her heart before looking at Xiao Yan with a curious face. Seeing that Xiao Yan did not deny it, Zhao Xian immediately felt even more surprised in his heart. To be able to enter his body without him knowing, what class did this Do skill have to be in order to do so? Xiao Yan coldly smiled in response to this. The greatest characteristic of the heart-shattering palm was that it, like the octane blast, used a hidden force as its strength. The strongest strength of the entire Do skill was the frightening hidden force that controlled the opponent after it was unleashed. Additionally, this heart-shattering palm was an E-class Do skill. Once it was unleashed, both one's soul and physical body would be seriously injured. Normally speaking, anyone who received a serious injury from the heart-shattering palm would have no chance of survival. Of course, no matter how one put it, Zhao Xian was an elite Do Di. The current Xiao Yan was merely a Ban Di. It was as Zhao Xian had said, fake emperor. How could he be a match for a genuine elite Do Di? Although the heart-shattering palm was an E-class Do skill, the Do Chi that Xiao Yan needed to use it was insufficient to support it with his Ban Di strength, much less its strength. Chapter 551. Xiao Yan, don't be so proud. With your strength, I believe that you can only use this kind of high-class Do technique once if you use all your strength. The current you is already an arrow at the end of its flight. In the sky, Zhao Xian waved the long snow-white spear in his hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind sounded in the sky. The invisible pressure was like a huge rock that landed on Xiao Yan's chest. What Zhao Xian said was correct. After using the heart-shattering palm, the Do Chi in Xiao Yan's body had been completely exhausted. At this moment, although he still appeared to be strong on the outside, he was actually only strong on the inside. However, compared to Xiao Yan, Zhao Xian was in a much better state after dealing with the wild and violent energy in his body. The aura all over his body was long-lasting and was much better than Jin Yao's. Xiao Yan, bring that girl away first. I will hold them back here. After all of you leave, I will think of a way to escape. Jin Yao's pretty eyes stared intently at Zhao Xian as she spoke in a serious tone. After a few hundred exchanges, Jin Yao had a better understanding of Zhao Xian's strength. The latter was stronger than her and not weaker. If Xiao Yan and Murong Xianxian continued to stay here, it was likely that none of them would be able to leave in the end. Hearing this, Xiao Yan was just about to frown and open his mouth when Zhao Xian suddenly emitted a cold laugh. His face was ferocious as he stared at Xiao Yan's group. His tone was dense as he said, "Today, none of you should even think of leaving." With a cold laugh, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand immediately slashed violently in front of him. The friction between the sharp tip of the spear and the air emitted an ear-piercing sonic boom in the sky. At the same time this sound was emitted, 4 unusual auras simultaneously surged out from 4 different directions in the area where the 4 of them were located in the north, south, east, and west. These 4 auras were the few extremely obscure auras that Xiao Yan had sensed when he had just arrived at this place. Hey sure, activate the formation. Zhao Xian, who was facing Xiao Yan's group, suddenly emitted a cold laugh from his mouth. When his cry sounded, waves of surging Do Chi transformed into a Do Chi light pillar that shot to the sky and disappeared into empty space. With the erection of the 4 pillars of light, the void within a few hundred feet of the 4 people in the field was quickly enveloped by a layer of golden energy. The 4 barriers spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, there was only one gap left between the 4 barriers that people could pass through. As for the direction of the gap, it was precisely facing the west. Xiao Yan's heart couldn't help but tighten slightly when he saw this scene. Since Zhao Xian was able to send someone to use a formation to obstruct him, then Zhao Xian had surely made complete preparations. With his current state, he was probably unable to break open this formation. Right now, if he wanted to leave the range of this formation, he could only rely on this gap and use this last bit of time to quickly escape from this formation. Although he had this thought in his heart, Xiao Yan had just moved when his entire body involuntarily staggered. The exhaustion of the Do Chi in his body, as well as the loss of his spiritual strength, caused the current Xiao Yan to be on the verge of fainting. Even continuing to stand in the air at this moment similarly gave Xiao Yan quite a lot of pressure. With Xiao Yan's current state, it was impossible for him to escape from this formation, much less bring along Murong Qianxian. Go! I will help you block this formation. With a lovely cry, the long sword in Jin Yao's hand danced. Immediately, numerous fiery red sword lights shot out. They were like flaming maple leaves as they ruthlessly bombarded the barrier of the formation that was spreading. With Jin Yao's action, the speed at which the barrier was spreading was indeed reduced by quite a bit. At the same time, the auras in the four directions outside of the formation also began to fluctuate intensely. Clearly, they were the core that supported this large formation. If the large formation was affected, they could not avoid being implicated as well. Seeing this, Xiao Yan violently shook his head and hurriedly stuffed an energy recovery pill into his mouth. Taking advantage of the slightly recovered dou qi in his body moved and instantly arrived in front of Murong Qianxian. He grabbed the latter's hand and held it in his palm. District Owner Jin, you should also be careful. Xiao Yan's tone was solemn as he reminded, after which he ceased hesitating. His body moved, and he pulled Murong Qianxian, after which he swiftly flashed and swiftly flew out of the formation. Pumph! You want to leave? How can it be so easy? However, Zhao Xian only sneered at this. The long spear in his hand danced. His body shook as he charged towards Jin Yao. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Xian and Jin Yao were once again engaged in battle. Without any obstruction, the speed at which the formation was spreading gradually increased. When Xiao Yan pulled Murong Qianxian with one hand and approached the barrier, the remaining gap at the edge of the formation was merely less than 10 feet in size. Seeing this remaining gap, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily tightened. Immediately, he did not dare to hold back. With a thought, the dou qi that had just recovered completely surged out. The footsteps of his feet changed and the sky extinction steps was instantly unleashed to the limit. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian had already appeared in front of the formation. Seeing that they were about to step out of the formation, Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily relaxed a little. However, before he could catch his breath, the empty space outside the formation suddenly became distorted. Immediately, a human figure wrapped in a black robe appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian, blocking their path. Xiao Yan never expected that there was actually another person hidden here other than the four auras controlling the formation. Moreover, from the aura that this person revealed when he appeared, Xiao Yan was instantly certain that the latter was definitely a 9-star half-emperor. At the same time, the pretty face of Jin Yao, who was engaged in an intense battle with Zhao Xian, also involuntarily changed. Her delicate and pretty eyebrows were immediately knit together. She never expected that the Zhao Xian before her actually still had such a trick up his sleeve. If Xiao Yan and Murong Qianxian were unable to escape first, it would be dangerous later on. Seeing the change in expression on Jin Yao's pretty face, Zhao Xian coldly smiled. For the sake of not allowing Xiao Yan to escape, he had made complete preparations today. At this moment, the 5 death attendants of his Zhao clan were all present. Moreover, all of them possessed the strength of a 9-star half-emperor. Adding on himself, even if Xiao Yan possessed the ability to challenge those at a higher cultivation level than him, it was absolutely impossible for the current him to stir up any big waves. However, just as Zhao Xian was coldly laughing in his heart and Jin Yao's expression was dark and solemn, the expression on Xiao Yan's pale face suddenly became ruthless. His charging body did not pause even a little because of this black-robed person who had suddenly appeared in front of him. Instead, it became even more swift and overbearing at this moment. This scene caused even Murong Qianxian, who had been held in Xiao Yan's hand the entire time, to involuntarily reveal an expression of shock on her pretty face. Xiao Yan's action was simply bringing about his own destruction. Die! Seeing Xiao Yan's desperate appearance, the black-robed person standing opposite of Xiao Yan coldly snorted. Light flashed in his hand and a short blade appeared in his palm. Holding the short blade with a flip of his hand, the black-robed person's body moved. Immediately, he turned into a pitch-black ghost-like shadow. The shiny short blade reflected a frightening cold light as it ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's throat. Northern King. However, in the next instant, when the black-robed person was less than a meter away from Xiao Yan, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly sounded from Xiao Yan's mouth. At the same time, a robust black figure suddenly shot out in front of Xiao Yan. In merely a face-to-face encounter, it instantly sent the black-robed person flying. Chapter 552. In the air, the expression of Zhao Xian, who had suffered a heavy blow, suddenly changed drastically. The intense pain that was transmitted from his left arm caused him to feel as though he had been struck by lightning. At the same time, an extremely furious emotion swiftly rose within Zhao Xian's heart. A dignified Dodi had actually once again been injured because of a bandy. This kind of matter was already something that he could no longer endure. Go and die. With a furious cry, Zhao Xian's right palm immediately and violently smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest. Immediately, a frightening huge force crazily poured out. The unstoppable force instantly flattened Xiao Yan's chest. If one were to look from the side, one would be able to clearly see that Xiao Yan's thick body was actually as thin as a leaf at this moment. It was so thin that it was frightening. The ka-ka, the sound of bones breaking, was continuously emitted from Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, all the bones in Xiao Yan's chest were broken. Zhao Xian's palm had basically taken away half of Xiao Yan's life. Bang! Following the sound of a balloon exploding, Xiao Yan's body was sent flying by Zhao Xian's attack in the next moment. Wherever he passed, fresh blood was wildly spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth as though it was free. Xiao Yan's face also swiftly turned pale. Humph! After sending Xiao Yan flying with a palm, Zhao Xian was unwilling to stop. A cold snort was emitted from his nose. The expression on his face turned ruthless as his well-built body once again disappeared from the empty space in an instant. In the next moment, his large palm had already landed on Xiao Yan's neck. With a slight force, he lifted Xiao Yan, who was flying backwards, into his hand. Xiao Yan, go and die. Soon after, the words that were filled with resentment from Zhao Xian's mouth had just sounded. Without waiting for his palm to exert any force, a penetrating coldness that caused his entire body to feel cold swiftly spread throughout his body. The instant the coldness spread, Zhao Xian's body suddenly froze. A pair of silver-white eyes instantly shrunk to the size of a needle tip. An unprecedented fear crazily surged out from the bottom of his heart like a spring. Zhao Xian cried out in his heart. He reflexively turned his head around. At this moment, a thick voice that was filled with indifference was gently transmitted from behind him. If you dare to move, I will kill you immediately. Although his voice was indifferent, there was a domineering tone in his words that caused one's courage to shatter. Even with Zhao Xian's strength, he still felt a deep fear in his heart when he heard these words. He did not doubt the words of this mysterious person at all. To be able to appear behind him without him noticing and easily grab his neck, how could such a person be an ordinary person? At the very least, Zhao Xian believed that the other party's strength was definitely far above his own. When he saw that Zhao Xian no longer dared to make a move, the person behind him spoke once again. His indifferent tone left no room for doubt. Let him go. The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly focused when he heard this, and he was extremely surprised in his heart. This person has actually come for Xiao Yan as well. Just how great was the attractiveness of Xiao Yan in front of her? He was actually able to attract such an expert to step forward and protect him. Oh! With a soft exclamation, Zhao Xian immediately felt a chill on his neck. A chill that caused his entire body to feel even colder at this moment, causing his face to instantly become completely bloodless. Even his lips involuntarily turned a little purple. Immediately, Zhao Xian did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly released Xiao Yan, who was in his hand. Immediately, Xiao Yan's body fell uncontrollably. Soon after, he was supported by an invisible force. Zhao Xian's heart was filled with unwillingness when he saw that Xiao Yan, who was originally about to die in his hands, was once again rescued. However, even his own life was currently in the hands of another. It was likely that he had no choice but to obey. "Sir, I have already released him. May I know if you can?" Bang! Before Zhao Xian's voice sounded, an enormous force was suddenly transmitted from behind him. A white palm randomly smashed onto Zhao Xian's back. However, the strength that erupted caused Zhao Xian's expression to change drastically. The powerful force surged into Zhao Xian's body like a hot knife through butter. With an unstoppable force, it instantly caused him to suffer serious injuries. However, this was after the expert had purposely held back. Grug. Zhao Xian's face was pale as he paused his body. Immediately, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The aura of his entire body also swiftly weakened. The instant his body came to a halt, Zhao Xian immediately turned his gaze towards the person who had attacked him. He did not expect that the other party would still attack him even though he had already done as he was told. "But, are you dissatisfied? Or do you wish to challenge me?" The indifferent voice was once again transmitted over. It was not difficult to hear that there was a faint killing intent within the tone. If it was possible, the other party did not mind killing Zhao Xian. This was clearly an extremely easy task for him. "May I know where you are from? There does not seem to be any conflict between us." Zhao Xian's face was filled with caution as he stared at the handsome middle-aged man in embroidered robes opposite him. He cupped his hands together and spoke with a grave expression. "We have never met before this." "Then why are you? But you have hurt someone you should not have hurt." The expression in Zhao Xian's eyes suddenly hardened after the mysterious expert's words sounded. He did not understand the meaning behind the mysterious expert's words. "Humph, fourth uncle, why are you still speaking so much nonsense with him? You should just directly attack and kill such a person." However, just as Zhao Xian's heart was filled with doubt, the young lady's furious rebuke was suddenly transmitted over, causing the expression on Zhao Xian's face to abruptly change. He focused his gaze and looked over. The person who entered his eyes was Murong Qianqian. Ugh! The expression on Zhao Xian's face was suddenly stunned when he saw Murong Qianqian. Immediately, an aghast emotion swiftly surged out from the bottom of his heart. After which, he hurriedly turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man who was addressed as fourth uncle by Murong Qianqian. At the same time, the latter narrowed his eyes and stared at him with a cold expression. Seeing this, Zhao Xian was even more shocked in his heart. He hurriedly bowed and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man and hurriedly apologized. "I did not know the identity of your young lady and accidentally injured her. I hope that you do not mind. If possible, I am willing to take out anything on me as compensation." Hearing this, Murong Qianqian could not help but coldly snort. She was about to speak to the middle-aged man again, but before she could speak, the middle-aged man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Zhao Xian. With a cold expression, he said, "Are you really willing to take out anything on you as compensation?" Hearing this, Zhao Xian's heart immediately became careless. He cupped his hands together and said without hesitation, if he could borrow money to settle this matter, it would naturally be the best. "Then break one of your arms." Chapter 553. The solemn expression on Xiao Yan's pale face became even denser when he heard the disdain contained within the laughter. He focused his eyes and looked over. The somewhat miserable-looking Zhao Xian had also appeared in front of Xiao Yan and Murong Qianqian at this moment. Looking at Zhao Xian's somewhat wretched appearance, it was likely that he had gone through an extremely difficult and intense battle not long ago. Murong Qianqian's pretty face, who was behind Xiao Yan, immediately revealed a fearful expression when she saw Zhao Xian. Soon after, her entire pretty face turned pale. After witnessing Zhao Xian's strength, the current young lady did not dare to face Zhao Xian with an ordinary heart. She did not even dare to think about the bold and visionary words that she had uttered to face him as an enemy not long ago. A dignified elite Dodi was not someone that a mere bandit like her could easily contend with. Murong Qianqian involuntarily raised her pretty eyes when she thought of this. She looked at Xiao Yan, who was currently standing in front of her. Although everyone thought that a bandit was inferior to a Dodi, it seemed that this Xiao Yan in front of her was an exception. It should be known that being able to use the strength of a 6-star bandit to cause the expression of an elite Dodi to change. It was likely that there would not be a second person in the entire continent other than Xiao Yan who could do such a thing. Where is Jin Yao? Compared to the thoughts of the young lady behind him, Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy as he looked at Zhao Xian and asked in a dense tone. Being able to catch up to them within such a short period of time had greatly exceeded Xiao Yan's expectations. Jin Yao was an elite Dou Di and possessed extraordinary strength. Since they were both Dou Di, Zhao Xian should not have been able to shake her off so quickly unless something had happened to Jin Yao. Xiao Yan, you can't even protect yourself, but you still have the time to care about that woman. Instead of worrying about others, I think you should worry more about yourself. Zhao Xian laughed mockingly when he heard Xiao Yan's words. His body immediately shook and his feet suddenly stepped on empty air. The Dou Qi in his body poured out and his body immediately turned into a white light. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan with a thunderous momentum. His large hands suddenly clenched tightly in the air and the snow-white long spear once again landed in his hand. The snow-white long spear violently rotated twice in Zhao Xian's hand. The whistling sound of rushing wind seemed to have torn the empty space apart. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand suddenly pierced forward. The incomparably sharp tip of the spear easily penetrated the empty space. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Die! An extremely dark and cold voice was emitted. Soon after, the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. Zhao Xian's ghost-like agility caused Xiao Yan's heart to suddenly be startled. The instant the former had taken out the long spear in his hand, Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao energy that had gathered within his body. The instant the long spear in Zhao Xian's hand violently pierced toward Xiao Yan's head, a dark black tent swiftly agglomerated and formed in front of Xiao Yan. Seeing that Xiao Yan had once again agglomerated this dark black tent, Zhao Xian's heart involuntarily moved. At the same time his expression changed, the might of the long spear in his hand also became even more frightening. He had already seen the terror of this tent earlier. The speed that Xiao Yan had displayed when using this damn thing caused his heart to be greatly shocked. If Xiao Yan were to use his full strength, it was likely that his speed would be comparable to some people who had just broken through to the Dou Di class. This was already sufficient to show how extraordinary Xiao Yan's Six Paths tent was. It was not an exaggeration to use the word heaven-defying to describe it. Of course, speaking of which great Tao in this world was not an existence that could be said to be heaven-defying. Moreover, this was the great Tao of void, which could be ranked at the top of all the great Taos. Unfortunately, even though Xiao Yan had already used all his strength to maneuver the great Tao, the moment Xiao Yan's body entered the Six Paths tent, the tip of the spear that came piercing through the air left behind a shocking bloody scar between Xiao Yan's brows. Even with Xiao Yan's character, his entire body was instantly filled with cold sweat at this instant. Xiao Yan could even clearly sense that he had already sensed a dense aura of death when the tip of the spear approached him. He did not doubt that if he had been a little later, that spotless snow-white long spear would have instantly penetrated his head. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. His heart was filled with cold sweat. The appearance of this scene also caused Murong Xianxian, who was completely worried about Xiao Yan, to instantly raise her heart to her throat. Her pair of beautiful eyes immediately turned completely red. Only when she saw the long spear ruthlessly piercing through the empty space did the young lady's suspended heart suddenly relax. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also tumbled out from the empty space in the distance. The expression on his face appeared incomparably grave. Numerous bloody scars covered his forehead, dripping with fresh blood. It was even possible to faintly see the dense white bones underneath. Other than the one between his eyebrows, the rest of these scars were caused by the astral wind that accompanied the tip of the spear. If it was not for the bloody scar that was caused by the tip of the spear, the rest of the astral wind would naturally not be able to do anything to Xiao Yan. It was also because of this scar that the current Xiao Yan seemed to be able to drag on for a long time. As long as Xiao Yan's 6 tents were completely exhausted, at that time, Xiao Yan would be a fish on the chopping board to Zhao Xian. Fortunately, he had dodged Zhao Xian's attack. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face did not reduce the slightest bit of relaxation because of this. To Xiao Yan, his own safety was nothing. However, he was currently traveling together with Murong Qianxian. Once he fell, Zhao Xian would definitely not let Murong Qianxian off. This was not an outcome that Xiao Yan was willing to see. However, without waiting for Xiao Yan to think too much, Zhao Xian hatefully let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved the long spear in his hand and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. Humph! Xiao Yan, this sovereign wants to see how many times you can dodge. At the same time that his voice fell, Zhao Xian had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan once again. He waved his long spear and fiercely swept it toward Xiao Yan's head. The whistling sound of breaking wind continuously resounded in Xiao Yan's ears. At the same time, the expression on Xiao Yan's face quickly became grim. A pair of pitch-black eyes flickered with a cold light. As his feet moved, his body quickly dodged to the side. The palm under his sleeves suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Immediately after, the pitch-black heavy Xian ruler appeared inch by inch from Xiao Yan's palm. Chapter 554. This time around, Xiao Yan did not intend to shrink back. Using offense as a form of defense was perhaps the best choice for Xiao Yan at this moment. Blindly shrinking back would only encourage the other party's arrogance. If one were to weaken while the other would strengthen, it would not be long before Xiao Yan would be easily defeated. In any case, he would be defeated sooner or later. What was wrong with going all out to fight? As he thought of this, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the huge ruler, tightened a little. A pair of dark black eyes contained a biting cold glint. He twisted his wrist and the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was swiftly lifted up in an agile manner when the long spear pierced over. At the same time that his body pulled back explosively, the sharp tip of the spear, which revealed its sharpness, violently collided with Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler. Clang! Following the clear sound of metal colliding, sparks immediately flew in all directions. The frightening strength contained on the tip of the spear immediately forced back the huge ruler in Xiao Yan's hand. Even Xiao Yan's body swayed as he pulled back. His body was miserably pulled back 1,000 feet. The frightening strength that was transmitted from the huge ruler caused Xiao Yan's hand, which was tightly holding the huge ruler, to swiftly become numb. His entire arm trembled unceasingly at this moment. On the other side, Zhao Xian's face involuntarily revealed a surprised expression when he saw that Xiao Yan had actually once again taken out a weapon. His eyes narrowed and his silver-white eyes were filled with a surprise that could not be removed. However, he did not expect that Xiao Yan in front of him would actually dare to take out a weapon to face an enemy in such a situation. Just this courage alone was sufficient to cause Zhao Xian to have a whole new level of respect for him. Xiao Yan, I must admit that you are indeed a very frightening person. You are able to face an elite Dodi without being afraid with the strength of a Bandi. This is something that I admit that I am unable to do. Although Zhao Xian's heart was filled with killing intent toward Xiao Yan, his words at this moment were completely true. Who in the entire continent would dare to face an elite Dodi with the strength of a Bandi? Moreover, Xiao Yan was merely a 6-star Bandi. It was likely that any elite Dodi would only feel disdain and ridicule for someone with such strength. However, who would have known that a 6-star Bandi, who would not be placed in the eyes of any elite Dodi, had nearly caused a 2-star Dodi to be seriously injured? If you can grow up, maybe you can become an expert like Tianju, or even stronger. But unfortunately, you can only blame yourself for what happened today. Even if I don't kill you, the 4 major sects won't let you go. As long as you stay in the western region, you will never have the chance to get rid of them. Shaking his head, Zhao Xian's face actually revealed a regretful expression. This caused others to be surprised. Soon after, however, his expression once again turned into a dense one. The long spear in his hand danced. The sharp tip of the spear emitted an ear-piercing rushing wind sound as it cut through the empty space. The moment the long spear suddenly paused, the surrounding empty space surged. Come, let this venerable self see just how strong a person who is able to cause the 4 major sects to chase after him throughout the western region is. Qi! The heavy ruler suddenly swept through the empty space in front of him. Immediately, it heavily landed beside Xiao Yan's body. His pale face was filled with a stern expression. He rotated his hand and held the heavy ruler in a reverse grip. At the same time as he raised his eyes, a brilliant, heavenly flame gradually agglomerated deep within Xiao Yan's eyes. It turned into a beautiful fire lotus that slowly rotated. At the same time, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's heart. The little dou qi that had just recovered in his body was completely maneuvered at this moment. Suddenly, a low cry was emitted from Xiao Yan's heart. His feet violently stomped on the empty space. His body immediately shot out explosively, transforming into a black light that charged toward Zhao Xian. In the blink of an eye, the distance of 1,000 feet had already shrunk by more than half. The long spear in Zhao Xian's hand shook. His body leaned forward and the sharp tip of the spear pierced directly toward Xiao Yan. Clang! At the instant when the sharp tip of the spear collided with the heavy ruler, bright sparks were emitted. Xiao Yan and the other person remained unmoved. The enormous force that was transmitted from the weapons of both parties was also removed by the both of them at the same time. Quickly following this, their bodies once again moved. They waved their weapons and once again collided with each other. Clang, clang, clang. The moves of the two of them were bold and without any restraint. The outcome of the battle was completely determined by the overbearingness of the changes in the moves of the two of them. Zhao Xian involuntarily felt his heart tremble in fear when facing Xiao Yan in a physical fight. Although he was an elite dou di with countless battle achievements in his life, only when he faced Xiao Yan at this moment did he realize that the latter's fighting technique was actually incomparably frightening. It was only because Zhao Xian's own strength far surpassed Xiao Yan's. Otherwise, if it was an opponent of the same level, he might very well be easily suppressed by the latter when facing Xiao Yan. Moreover, the strange black ruler in Xiao Yan's hand also caused Zhao Xian to be incomparably shocked in his heart. Just by looking at the black ruler, one could tell that this thing was definitely extremely heavy. However, at this moment, the flexibility of the ruler in Xiao Yan's hand was actually not the slightest bit inferior to the long spear in his hand. However, each time the heavy ruler collided with Zhao Xian's long spear, Zhao Xian was able to clearly sense the frightening strength on it. That kind of strength did not just provide a little boost to Xiao Yan's fighting strength. Bright sparks repeatedly shot out from the sky following the fight between the two of them. The expression on Zhao Xian's face became increasingly surprised while Xiao Yan's expression swiftly turned pale. It was just as Xiao Yan had expected. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to delay for long when facing Zhao Xian. Moreover, the reason why Xiao Yan was still able to endure at this moment was because Zhao Xian in front of him was intentionally probing Xiao Yan's true strength. Otherwise, the fight between the two of them would have been ended by Zhao Xian alone. Clang! Another intense collision with bright sparks. However, it was different from before. This time around, Xiao Yan was defeated in a single blow in front of the long spear. The dou qi in his body was already close to being completely exhausted. Xiao Yan already did not have any extra strength to continue fighting. He had already truly reached the end of his road. Seeing Xiao Yan retreat in defeat, Zhao Xian did not have any intention of stopping. His body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he had closely followed in front of Xiao Yan. The long spear in his hand was raised and the shaft of the spear ruthlessly smashed onto Xiao Yan's chest. Bang! A sound that was mixed with the sound of bones breaking was heard. Within Xiao Yan's eyes, a pair of pitch-black pupils were instantly enlarged. The aura of his entire body also swiftly became dispirited. Xiao Yan, you have lost. Puchi, the faint voice appeared extremely indifferent. At the same time, the pretty face of Murong Qianxian, who was watching the two of them from afar, instantly turned deathly pale. Her entire delicate body involuntarily trembled violently at this moment. Chi! The tip of the spear streaked across the air, reflecting a dazzling cold light. Under Zhao Xian's control, the tip of the spear stood straight between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. As long as he used a little bit of strength, Xiao Yan would immediately become a ghost under his control. Chapter 555. In the air, Xiao Yan's aura was extremely weak. At this moment, Even a small doge would likely be able to easily kill him. Zhao Xian's tall and straight figure stood proudly in front of Xiao Yan. The long spear in his hand was pointed at the spot between Xiao Yan's eyebrows. A cold glint shot in all directions. That invisible might caused Xiao Yan's spirit to feel a piercing pain. I admire your courage. Unfortunately, a bandit is ultimately only a bandit. No matter how many tricks you have, they are useless in front of this venerable one's absolute strength, no matter how fancy they are. Zhao Xian looked down at Xiao Yan from above. The long spear in his hand was slowly raised by an inch or so. A cold glint agglomerated and a star-like silver-white do qi gradually agglomerated on the tip of the spear, emitting a slight buzzing sound. At the same time as his words sounded, Zhao Xian's wrist trembled. The long spear in his hand shook and was about to descend toward Xiao Yan's head. If this spear were to really descend, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly die. However, at this moment, Murong Xianxian on the other side saw that Xiao Yan had fallen into a life-and-death situation. The young lady's heart immediately became anxious. She no longer cared whether the person in front of her was a dodi. Her lovely body moved and in the blink of an eye, she turned into an enormous blue-colored bird. At the same time, the enormous bird emitted a thunder-like cry from its mouth. Its enormous wings flapped violently. The next moment, the enormous bird that Murong Xianxian had transformed into had already appeared in front of Zhao Xian. Compared to the current Zhao Xian, the enormous body of the enormous bird was like a small blade of grass in front of Mount Tai. The gap between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, even though Murong Xianxian had gone all out, it was still not worth mentioning in Zhao Xian's eyes. Ah, so your original body is actually a magic beast. However, you are still unable to withstand a single blow. After his words sounded, the sharp long spear that Zhao Xian had originally aimed at Xiao Yan's head was forcefully withdrawn the instant it was about to touch Xiao Yan. The long spear was swung and the instant the enormous bird was about to collide with Zhao Xian's body, it swept horizontally and heavily smashed into the enormous bird's body. A frightening strength instantly poured out. In front of Xiao Yan's shocked and furious gaze, the enormous bird that Murong Xianxian had transformed into was sent flying with a single blow. Wherever it passed, fresh blood splattered and dyed the sky red. At the same time, the aura on the giant bird's body also became extremely weak at this moment. Do you really think that no one can fight against this venerable one? After slowly withdrawing his spear, Zhao Xian raised his eyes and spoke with an indifferent tone of his voice. Immediately after, his gaze once again turned toward Xiao Yan. The corner of his mouth was gradually lifted into a cold smile. His tone was filled with ridicule as he spoke. You are really a charming person. Not only are you able to get an elite dodi to fight for you, you are actually able to get a small 4-star bandit to have the courage to challenge this venerable one. However, all of this ends here. With a cold laugh, Zhao Xian once again attacked Xiao Yan. Immediately after, however, Zhao Xian involuntarily frowned slightly. He turned his gaze and his silver-white pupils involuntarily shrunk. He felt extremely shocked in his heart. Why was it that the people who walked together with Xiao Yan were all such strange evildoers? The huge bird, which had been sent flying by Zhao Xian's attack, once again forcefully propped up its already seriously injured body. As a hoarse and ruthless cry was emitted from its mouth, its enormous body once again attacked Zhao Xian. You overestimate yourself. Since you are so willing to die for him, this venerable one shall first send you on your way. Even though this was the case, Zhao Xian's heart was still filled with disdain toward the actions of the enormous bird in front of him. He was merely a 4-star half-martial emperor. No matter how much he struggled, he would not be able to change the fact that he was weak. Even if he was tough and unyielding in the eyes of experts, this was nothing more than stubbornness. Only strength could prove everything. This time around, Zhao Xian withdrew the long spear in his hand and randomly stored it into his storage ring. From the way he saw it, the two people in front of him were merely stubborn rocks that were putting up a desperate struggle. Even if they were to use everything they had, it was definitely impossible for them to be a match for him. If Zhao Xian really wanted to directly kill them, he only needed to use one attack. Currently, he only wanted to see whether Xiao Yan, a bandit who had been blacklisted by the four great sects, actually possessed the strength to resist. As for Murong Qianxian, Zhao Xian did not care about her at all. Zhao Xian slowly raised his hand. Dense white dough qi agglomerated in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a palm-sized silver-white dough qi light cluster was agglomerated in Zhao Xian's hand. The next moment, the enormous bird with an extremely weak aura once again appeared in front of Zhao Xian. It used all of its strength to unleash a final attack at Zhao Xian. At the same time, Zhao Xian also paid attention to Xiao Yan behind him. At the same time, a palm was violently thrown forward. The silver-white dough-qi light cluster shot out a meteor-like bright light in the empty space. The light was so dazzling that it was actually able to compete with the sun in this daytime, causing one to be unable to look directly at it. On the other side, Xiao Yan, who was also seriously injured, was also staring intently at Zhao Xian's back with a ferocious expression. His pair of blood-covered hands were suddenly clenched tightly at this moment. Due to the great strength, the joints of his hands emitted ka sounds of collision. It was as though all of his bones were being forcefully squeezed together at this moment. Bang! An intense explosive sound shook the sky. The instant the silver-white dough-qi light cluster exploded, the entire world lost its original brilliance. A ferocious smile was lifted on Zhao Xian's face, which was as white as a ghost, which was illuminated by the white light. Immediately following this, his body suddenly twisted and he looked behind him. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body also instantly disappeared from the spot where he was standing the instant the white light swept over the sky. Cuckoo, an all-out fight, huh? Come, allow this venerable self to witness this final attack of yours. Zhao Xian's silver-white eyes flickered slightly. His left hand rotated and a palm once again violently smashed forward. At the same time, the silver-white dough-qi swiftly agglomerated once again. However, the expression on Zhao Xian's face suddenly changed the next moment. One could see a dark black curtain suddenly agglomerating from the empty space in front of him that was filled with white light. At the same time, a crazy-looking Xiao Yan instantly appeared in front of Zhao Xian. Xiao Yan's tightly clenched right fist was raised high. The instant Zhao Xian's left hand was thrown forward, his fist had already firmly smashed into Zhao Xian's left